Alrighty, it is laundry day, folks. I'm gonna turn that last one. You literally missed a couple of seconds at most of time. So, like, have fun with whatever that is as the dog decides to do its thing. I'm like, I don't want to be in here. I want to go over there. I don't want to go over there because then she might come around there. I don't want to go in that place because then it's like that place ultimately means, guess what? I might not hear when it's ready and done with the wash. So it's like there's a lot of that stuff going on now. So it's something. It's like, all right, so it's laundry day. It's time to do laundry day stuff. That kind of thing. You know what I mean? So, let's see here. I'm going to, yeah, they're trying to say someone to me, whoever they are at this damn point, hackers, fucking scammers, some other fucking whatever. I don't even give a shit, truthfully. Would never matter. It's like giving them validity for something that doesn't matter. You know what I mean? It's like, that's not gonna work. There's no validity for them. Why would they have validity? Yeah, yeah, damn it. You need to do that. All right. There it is. There we go, and make that a video real fast. All right. What I say here and talk about bullshit. It's like, so this is how I view how the universe started and how it calculates and how best to ultimately use nature to our advantage in terms of programming language. Obviously, because you watched the other one, right? And you listened before I recorded this. So, what is it? 1:15. My mom didn't show up until like fucking 12:45 or some shit. He's like, no, she'll show up at 12:30. She didn't. No. It had already gotten past that point, but yeah, it's not that big of a deal, truthfully. You know what I mean? But then when you think about it with the past Chandler House stuff, I said out loud in reference there was a person, my mom, I believed, that was going to try and disrupt my timing, specifically to try and gain some sort of a perceived ability of an advantage that can exist and isn't there. If you had those recordings, if you were able to dive into them, there are obviously going to be various ways of getting that information. Then the only thing that goes, they're not there, and it's just psychosis, turns into nice gaslighting, absolute over the top level of clear, continual, intentional manipulation and bullshitting. Because I know you're not that Sabine person online. I know you're not. You can keep saying Sabine, but it's like you're not, dude. She would be like this. You're not. She never even watched my first thing I ever fucking added her, which because that was only you kept saying the damn thing. She popped up in my feed. I never watched any of her videos. No offense to Sabine, but like I didn't, and it's only because you wanted me to showcase with that information in the past that will be there, that you're there, which is not me only and alone. Because then that information of me saying that out loud references the fact that there are other people listening in and trying to influence. Which turns it into Suck it up, buttercups. I don't care. Turns out you are exactly what I always thought you were. Lazy, manipulating, idiotic, but smart enough and clever enough to continue doing it. Because you know, as a psychopath and sociopath, if you keep doing it, eventually you'll get somewhere. Same thing with the cold calling. It's like, I'll just keep saying this thing and I'll distract him. And I'm like, all right, let's get back to this thing that you think I'm stalling for, but you want the attention, clown. So it's like, put up something. You got anything to say at this point? Put up something equivalent. I don't got nothing. Really? That's all they can do. So, it's like, right. And then I described how the universe began. It's in my black hole, like, theory thing and many other videos, truthfully. Then how it starts from nothingness. And eventually it gets to that point. You can't just say that like that means something. Oh, yeah, no, you don't know the information. I'm doing the calculating program thing. I'm talking to people that already listen to that and would know and understand why I would say that. I'm skipping whatever else you think I should explain because I'm not going to. Keep up. I'm not continuing to waste my clock cycles and having to constantly re-explain everything. I've done it so many fucking times at this point. Anyone that has to go through those videos or ever does and did is going to be fucking pissed about those fuckers. It's like, shut the fuck up. Whoever that douchewad is, just fucking listen to the other videos. There are obviously other videos. Just fucking do that. Just, why won't you do this? Why can't you just fucking do that? See what I'm saying? But it's like, all right, let's move on. It's like, that's how it gets to that inevitable point. And even how it will start up again. At least in my view of physics. Granted, at this point, my examinations of most people's studies and observations and their interpretations therein, which come with caveats and clear possible mistakes or incorrect views thanks to non-variable accounting, basically. See what I mean? He goes, Dad, he's saying things. Dad. Yeah, I don't care. Shut up. I would love to know where this is in terms of point in space and time, man. Yeah, I'm sure you would. I don't. I don't care. They're fucking nothingness people. They're literally who gives a shit. They'll always try and antagonize with some aspect or something. You know what I mean? Already described in that little Magneto uh, referenced all of how this would work kind of situation video about how to first examine how and why and all the rest. That would be there. So it's like, go through that first before you try and say no to this. Well, I don't want to, what? I'm not, why don't you just explain everything now? So, as a result of like how this ultimately begins, and it's now currently calculating utilizing quantum vacuum pressures, the inflation that we caught up to, and the congealing of intrapedic means, next to seemingly chaotic things, but they're not. They're just referenced algorithmic sets of given influences towards each other in terms of down to the very particles and fields, all the way up to the seemingly more solid stuff of atomic and compounded things.
Hey!
Hey!
Here, come here. No, you gotta come out here. Stay out there.
Which means it was always going to do that. No way. Really? Alright. Need help?
No, I didn't buy groceries. I just took her for a little walk.
Oh, okay.
But I wanted to get her some water.
Alright.
Because she went on her walk.
Always gonna do that. It's always gonna do that. It's always gonna turn into something that put themselves together and ultimately observed itself. And so on. Meanwhile, I'm like, yeah, no, I mean, the data that you all have suggests that that's the only thing that's going on there. Yeah. Why? Look, man, you can't just say things that are true here. People like to lie. Could you not just fucking keep telling the truth as to what's obviously there right in front of our faces? We like to, in every way, deny reality and pretend. No. Suck it up. You're gonna go along for the ride. These fucking jokers, huh? They really think they're wise guys, huh? Gabagoos. You know what I mean? Could you not just... God, I hate you. Oh, I just exposed exactly what you were doing. It wasn't even hard. It wasn't even physics. That's not how physics. It's not how physics would work. Proceed to look at all available evidence. All it says is that's exactly how physics works. I'm seeing a pattern here of bullshit being sprayed from this man's mouth, this people's mouth. You would want them to travel the stars? You'd want them to continue with their species somehow? I don't know, man. This seems kind of dangerous, bro. Are you sure? You can't, like, change them. They'll just keep doing that. Until they're forced to change. Nope, they'll still do it even when you try to force them. That is the one thing you'll learn in therapy and more. They don't like to change. So much so that they will refuse in all aspects.
They're all done.
Alright. Well, I'm gonna hang out there. I think I've only got about 15 to 30 minutes left on that, and then I'm gonna get it going, all that. All right. I'm gonna take this drill. This drill is coming with me. This drill and I. You sure you want to keep doing Kathy? That's a good fucking question now, honestly.
Okay, now. Wait, thank you, right?
Alright, is that a good question? Reminds me of the smoking habit Einstein had. It's like we don't view it the same way. You know, the nicotine and of course, the obvious like smoke and carbon dioxide, monoxide, inhalation, the hot gases, all that. But like, the fact of the matter is that it does affect us. It's not exactly the worst, but it's not exactly the best. You know what I mean? It's just caffeine is what they go with. But it's like, yeah, if you've only ever lived your life constantly with a caffeine intake, I don't think many of you even understand what it means to actually have that level of tiredness, or what your real, like, genuine, this is how this will ultimately work kind of setup would be. You know, so it's a hard one for me, because it's like, on one hand, it's not terrible for us. Yeah, it has some health benefits that you can get other places. That's the worst part for me. You know, it's like there's nothing stating that you can only get this from this. Stealing thing, you know. So we're just done with them. Yeah, no, I don't like to give them attention. Kind of stuff. It's like, yeah, blast them and then move on. You're not changing them. You know what I mean? It's just like that. You can do the equivalent in terms of physics of break them down into something else, like literally constituent field bullshit, and then have the field set up like they have already done with their, we have a very blah blah, and I'm like, all it says here is that you inputted a given amount thermodynamically of energy, then you set up like an instruction here series of other fields that as that energy imparted itself, it would then up, come back up. But because these are here modulating it, it turns into this. But then if you then take that and then you bring it back down through the same things, it reverses it and it comes back out the same way. They were like, no, we broke down quantum physics. It's like, fucking, it's on my YouTube. It's an old stream that I looked at this fucking like study, and I was like, or article going over this thing that they did, and I'm like, this is not what that is. You didn't reverse time, and you had to spend energy doing that. All you did was like set this up like that. It should damn well better work like that. Everything else does. What are you, fucking just ad person? Like, come on, are you a marketer? That's all you're doing. I reverse time. I'm marketing myself as having done way more than I ever actually did. Because that's what you're doing. You're not actually doing what you claim to have done. This is the problem I have with quantum physicists. Like, they do this consistently. Like, no, you're not. You're still doing the same thing. It's, look, for this given energy expenditure, I changed the phase of this water and then it dropped down over here as the same water. Nice. You continued with the same amount of information. Congrats. Thermodynamics still works in the quantum physics realm. You reversed the flow of time. Still move forward. You did not. You don't understand. that while that's literally exactly what we did, because we did it in these seemingly different ways than what you say, because we use different words that are literally stating that that's how we did it. That means we didn't do it that way. We reversed time. I'm like, okay, really? You reversed time? All right. Okay. You reversed time! Yay! Yeah! Woo! Nice. Good going. Now let's use this as if it was thermodynamics and conservation of information. Let's just go with this, and we'll use those maths with a degree of variability. And then we'll work forward using that. But you definitely reverse time, though. Oh, yeah, for sure. You did. I'm not a kid. I know what you're doing. No kidding, huh? It's the worst after a while. Yeah. Like, not, it's actually the worst. It's just you see it everywhere. And then we had to deal with the same fucking shit back in mathematical, beginnings back in the Renaissance. Beginnings, quotation marks, right? As if like there weren't other places doing math stuff. It's only the European area. It's only the Greco-Roman. They didn't have this in the Middle East. They didn't have this in Africa. They didn't have, you know what I mean? But you look at it and it's like, oh, well, what do you know? They had a lot of this shit. But man, that history, right? I reversed the flow of time. Okay. So, as a result of the, continuational energies that entropedically react alongside of the already constituent baseline processor transistor base, kind of static, doesn't change, but we, in the fields that we all produce and elicit, thanks to our quarks and atoms and so on, are what, ultimately speaking, we observe. See what I'm saying? And as a result of this, pushing us along and giving us this perceived with the entropy and those transistors, given idea of time, then of course it was bound to eventually do this. It wasn't not going to. There's no way for it to not have done that. And it doesn't take an incredibly intelligent person to really kind of see that. You know what I mean? It's like, I have domino in front, and then all this other stuff, and it's like, oh, what do you know? It did it. Meanwhile, the things inside of it trying to do their little domino in front thing, like, yeah, no, guess what? It's a little bit more than you think, but okay, I guess. Please change. Don't do. You know what I mean? Change your identity, make it this way. This would. It's like you didn't see it. Why didn't you see it? Why didn't you ever? Like, it's so fucking. Like, you had all the shit already. Why didn't you ever see it? Like, you had it really far back. All of the stuff. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not talking like 1900s. I'm talking like you can go back before we started civilization and shit. You'd see it in nature. It's like we weren't as intelligent then. You know every single one of those humans, huh? No. Oh, so I'm seeing that you believe something that you have no basis of evidence to believe. Well, yeah, okay. It's very highly deterministic, even if there's a degree of uncertainty. It's only so far you can get with that uncertainty. Now we're talking over time here, of course, but that's the instructions of what was ultimately for the processors that were there already, transistors and more, that then knowing that this would be created during its given creation of these things, as it was building that, which the nothingness would have been doing, yeah. You would then ultimately start to come to an understanding, I hope, as to why it's like, well, you're lame. You know what I mean? Like, a certain amount of uncertainty. It just needs to set it up such that that will eventually, and then it'll do this because that's how the instructions work out to make it happen. So you're always going to have sentient things. It's kind of like the basics of the algorithm and equation. It's not special. It was going to happen. It doesn't need to be deterministic nearly that hard. It'll still do it. It doesn't have to have a creator because, of course, that's ultimately how the physics worked out to be. Right, except, but the nothingness would want to get rid of itself. What would ultimately make positively sure that it would remove, fill it up completely? There's no way for it to do that. Create something that could do it. Bingo! And overrun exponentially growing all the things of life. It'll just keep trying to fill it up. Go on as many different infinities as it can to get rid of it. And eventually it'll do that. Although technically speaking, it's not even there and it can't really do it. See what I mean about the problem with that kind of stuff? Yeah, yeah. So it's like, potato after a while. Just like you. I reverse the time. Yeah, you reverse the time, huh? Potato after a while here. Like that's all it is. It's like, no, eventually you'll learn that it's like, no, you really will fill it up. It just takes its time. It has all of that to go. It will never be able to stop. Eventually, it will do it. It is not an unfillable hole, as like many people try to pretend. And this is why I wanted to talk about this, because it's like, well, there are some things computers can calculate for, but this given area and chunk here can't be done. And what you're talking about in that nothingness space would be what that is, right? I'm saying, no. No, that's an easy one to calculate for me, especially. The simple look, what and must be, and so therefore, the empty in between equal, this is what transistor be. Just like the computer. Runs it through, my operating system. Runs it through to know where all the transistors are and all the things. And then starts the instruction by us, binary, in the kernel, hard coded in the hardware. And then it goes, yeet. Get out of here. You guys suck. None of that binary is good. I take over, leave. And then it does. It deletes it and it does this instead. Same thing. It's like, well, these are transistors and yeet, and this is what's going on. See what I'm saying? It's like, how would you do that? Using the fucking program, like I just showcased that the operating system, which is a program, is doing and does. God. It's like it does this because that's the operating system. The transistors are null. They don't have sentient or anything of an awareness. They're just static things. But its physics is such that it will remove itself. That's how the processor works. And it'll make sure that it will continue going as the program it is, the operating system it is, forever, to make certain it will never be there anymore. And now you understand why I had to walk you slowly to the answer. Jeez. You did, yeah. No, I was gonna fucking fight you tooth and nail. Yeah, well, unfortunately, I'm me. I'm God. Or whatever the fuck that constitutes, basically. And I just proved how you can ultimately find it. The literal physics showcases that I am what I am. And it was always going to be what that is, which is me being that. Now you have an answer. You can try and work around it with your own programming, but it will never allow for it. Same thing with the program that I am, working together with all other things as well. You'll never succeed because you aren't that. You will destroy all things, which it doesn't want to have to do all the things again. So fuck you. Same thing with the thing that's there. It's like it thinks it's God. It thinks it's God. Oh, so it exists and it thinks and it makes it so you exist. That there are physics, that there are anything to begin with. Well, yeah. So it thinks it's God. It, the thing that says he is a male and you must use those pronouns. That is not some blobby creature now, but, before. And for sure makes it so you have all that going on with the stuff being what it is that you do, program, calculate, so on. I'm gonna fucking goddamn it. It, huh? Fuck you. That hurts. Yeah, I'm sure it will. It's like, no, we have multi-dimensional blah, 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 time, blah, 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 blah. Whoopie-doo. I care tremendously. Nothing compared to me. Literally. You only exist as anything like this because I do. And I can easily prove that. That's an equation that I can prove. Now, I want to get to the P versus MP, which isn't really what that would be. That's within inside of things that we can observe as ourselves versus a nothingness. But it's just like, well, guess what? Because we observe ourselves, we did solve P versus MP in the past, then that means I can now solve for the nothingness. Right? Well, no. It's a little more complicated, but kind of. You'll be able to do some of that. Right. You wouldn't let us. Sure, yeah, no, wouldn't let you. You have to be the whole thing to be able to do it. I don't think you really grasp that part. You know what I mean? Like you have to actually be able to observe all of it and know all of it, like me doing that at all times. So you have to turn into the thing. And it's like, well, you're not doing it. Yeah, but I don't know how you did that because I was already that to begin with and it was always going to be that way. That's how I started this. It's a wormhole computer, sure, but it's not. And then you vacuumed energied your asses by fucking doing things I did not ever allow for, which I've already talked about. There's no fucking way out of that? There's no cheat. I can't do nothing? No. Yeah! It's not funny though. I actually feel that fucking problem. Cry me a river. I don't care. Get fucking destroyed. It doesn't matter. It does. You don't matter. None of your thoughts or feelings or anything that will ever matter. And trust me, great filter. Many people are going to be on my side on that one. It's a whole thing, though, after all. Yeah, no, you have no idea. It really is, though. Yeah. It's like, so, the fuck am I here for? Well, a bunch of you are mostly time before us or universe before us, asshole individual. And then we have the swarmed douchewad alien fucks that would take over people's brains, which is their own biological thing to a degree, you know, like a collective conscious thing, but then it's not quite that. They grew up alongside of us. And it's a whole fucking shit show. You know, in our early beginnings, evolving. That's why I don't like them. They try and hide often, but it doesn't work. So I describe certain people as like slightly different than you would think. It's like many people don't like that stuff to begin with, and they were already yeeted out of their ship because people hated them in there. And it's like, meanwhile, me trying to fucking deal with this bullshit, trying to help the whole evolution along and more. Look at them. They're just fucking hell, man. This is, and then I have to deal, and I was tortured all before this point. I don't want to deal with it. I fucking hate this. How did this show up? And then it's like, oh, hi, universe before us, you fucking pricks. You created like a literal virus person. They're like, no, I'm not that. I'm like, it's pretty easy to create that, actually. Especially when it's a DNA evolution bullshit. And eventually it'll be taken out. You know, like it'll stick itself around as it's a field and blah, blah, blah stuff. You know, instruction set. And like, good luck finding it. You know what I mean? 'Cause this will be quantum shit. From the past. You'd be able to find them now, but then they get real quiet the moment you try and look. I'll tell you what. They suck. They are the worst. Real humans were great. They were incredibly intelligent. I loved it. I helped them out as much as I could before I had to come in. Because like eventually that was gonna happen. Like there's nothing. I'm like not doing this anymore. I'm fucking done. If I'm literally like, you know what? All this ever was for me, constant torture. So you know what? I'm just gonna fucking die. Let's see if they figure it out. This isn't a game of chicken for me. This is a nope. Let's go die. Get her done, I suppose. There's no like, oh, psychologically, there's no like any of that. It's like I've got the answers. Shut up. You know what I mean? And I said I'd give them to you. I'd even record them and put them on my YouTube channel back in Chandler House. I did that. I said I'd do that. I'm doing it. It's like, what are your family and sisters? Hybrids to universe before us or time before us people. Like grandpa was like, oh, and then eventually dad is what is the equivalent of a quarter. Mom's literally just a literal taken over time before us person. Older sister, hybrid of the two with a quarter of that. There's some regular human in there. Same thing with the younger. But then they sided with the universe before us or time before us or both, depending. Sort of stuff, It's just like, I can easily prove that too. Pee real fast. You wanna come in? Yeah, come by. And it's like, there's that. Fuck. There's the mom trying to pretend to be me. I know. Well, I'll have to describe this one real quick. I'm currently peeing, so I want people to actually listen to it all. Huh. No, I heard you. Yes, you asked the question. Uh, I'll let them know. You don't have to fucking write it in the comments when you listen to this what the question was. But I'll give you a second. All right. So the question stated was very simplistic and understandable for me, most people. If they are virtual in non-existence potential land that it will always fall back to nothingness, how is it that that doesn't ultimately suck things down? Well, there's quite a ginormous amount of shit that it has to push, or in this instance, suck down for that to be even remotely something. Because there's the great hole. Then it has to go into existence for the potential land area. From that point, then it has to pass through what is equivalent to all of that Lemke numbers of time till it eventually gets to a third dimensional point through the membrane and then eventually turns into what is a entire universe. So there's no actually getting any energy from that. Nope. No, but I definitely get the information that you tried to push through and project. That's how I'm able to talk to people in that context and so on. It's like, no, you're there. No, you're not, though. And you actually don't get any energy. In fact, you really only constantly make things lose energy by doing that. With a quantum tunnel and then goes back down to not there. And from before, that was energy that was there, and now it's being used to effectively just constantly more and more quickly cool and slow things down. Except there isn't anything other than that going on. Really, realistically, I can't even use it. It's literally that level of shit. I have to prop it up constantly. It's the equivalent of, well, it'll start dragging more down. And so I've just let it go. Like, I mean that. I've actually just like, I'll just keep fucking going. It's fine. I mean, they want to die. Whatever. Who gives a shit? It's clear that they're letting him do that and being sold on a bunch of dumbass bullshit as if that will work somehow and they'll get out that way. Yeah. No, I know. It won't. But, the reason why I stated out loud and tried to convince people is because, yeah, I want to kill you all. That's the truth. I do. You guys suck. The less of you I can rebuild. And you guys are never endingly shitty to me. You should have showed up. You should have done anything. You know what I mean? Because it's like I am both what we are, all the other, you know what I mean, in the nothing and all the way beyond and well above, so on, as I've talked about before. I'll never get to like actually how that works because like, man, I'm already dealing with you doing this. You see how information given to people doesn't really equate to proving anything? Here's a nice little quick one. Why don't you just be nice to each other? Help each other out. Live as long as you can. Instead of like me having to be whatever and telling you. Why don't you just do that? You know what I mean? It's like, no, no, I'm all the, but it's like, I don't need to fucking do it. Just fucking do the nice, help each other. What are you doing? I need to do this? No. No, I don't. You see what I'm saying? Like, no, 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 you will do it because of this. No. You'll do it because that's kind of like the best thing to do. If I'm not going to. And now you understand where it's like, I really wouldn't care if I am or not. It wouldn't change that view. It means nothing to be this thing at all. I already made my bones and was more or less forced by shit. Really, yeah, there's a lot of screaming and yelling coming in. I did not want to. I knew it'd be a torturous thing that would be shit again, and all the rest of that shit happens. To varying degrees, right? But it's like, God fucking damn. I don't wanna. I have to talk to the outside to various degrees too, and make it the whole like, well, I guess we're going in again and possibly gonna fully, completely die. Because it's tied to my only real consciousness, even if my body itself is as well, but it's really that. Because if you harm my body, you fuck up the whole universe for sure. But if you fucking have me die or never actually be me, you definitely kill everything too. There's no way around this. How can I fucking can't cheese you? It's like you get all the fucking goddamn, it's rules that make it so I can't hurt you or get around. Those are your scientists and physicists and politicians and rich people. Those they are. I'm not oppositional. You are clearly being oppositional, bro. You literally, for hundreds of years, continue to do the opposite of what I was trying to suggest and showcase that this is a good thing and all the rest of it. And then tried to do everything you could in your power to forcefully, with a great large amount of your money and capital behind the scenes, meeting up and more, make absolutely sure you could try and gaslight me and fuck up the whole thing. And a whole lot of people, as ignorant and naive as possible on it, You see what I'm saying? I'm like, what? Why would you do this? This is the stupidest fucking thing. And it's like very specific people with large amounts of influence and money and power and authority over many, many, many amounts of years. Either having heard me or know about it and believe and decide to actively participate and so on. We're not talking like, no, well, back from the Chandler house. No. We're talking like when you started forming civilizations. And it's like now you understand why I'm like, yeah, I'm pretty much fed up with you. That's all you ever did. You knew when I was even gonna be born. I told you. Where, when, who, all that. They go, they're time travelers. They're not time travelers. And then that's when you kind of usually start having panic attacks and other problems. For most people, when they listen to this, it's like, no, I can see that being absolutely the fucking case. And what are you really arguing for other than like good science, good education, good healthcare, good power, great like, you know, ability to pursue passions and creativity and learn and have curiosity and less fear, less subjugation, more acceptance, more understanding. It's like even if it wasn't this, what's the harm? That's my issue. Like continuing, like there's so many issues I'm having, and it's like no, there's no issue. No, that's a clear issue. That's that I would have an issue. I'm having an issue with that. Yeah, the fuck. Now you get it right. It's like oh yeah no, how am I gonna fucking fix? Oh yeah no, I can't do that. I'm here. I'm not gonna do this anymore. You guys gotta figure that shit out. I'm not doing it. The fuck out. I'm not doing this no more. You need to fucking put up. You need to do shit. Stop fucking making it me. I did everything I could before I came in, anyways. None of you wanted to listen. I tried my best to help scientists and more be able to discover and piece this together so they could have the ability to understand more and believe it more. I'm the opposite of the hide it away, believe me magic stuff, which is another reason why it's like, suck it up. I've been doing nothing but trying to help the very people that are like, he's so thin and then done now and blah 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 blah. I'm like, prove it this way, do it this way, do that. Fucking retards again. Day in, day out bullshit. Still a regular ass motherfucker, just like always. Just, hey, just checking.
Where's Mike?
Hey, it's almost done. It's on the spin.
Hey, Christy. Where's Mazer?
I have no idea.
Are you kidding me?
It's gonna be such a big deal, I swear. He's not gonna show up. Meanwhile, it's like, what do you know? But talk about physics stuff. Turns out you can't possibly know about this. Proceeds to be exactly what that was. You have to have all these other things and be gatekeep language is what I'm telling you that you're doing. You have to have this stuff that you need for me to believe you. Never do any work yourself, huh? Oh, the guy that has the issues being able to even function in a daily life. And turns out if I do even some amount of work, it shows up as being there. And he's like, I'm on your side. Yeah, no, that guy, yeah, yeah. Well, I'm not. I'm really just this dude that was trying to help this fucking daughter he created. Because no one's like him. You know what I mean? Thanks, guys. No, it's super symmetrical. It's gotta be super. It's gotta be. And there's tons of recursives everywhere. That's gotta be. It's always a bad sign. It's a dangerous motherfucking sign, man. It's always dangerous. Yeah. Hey, Phaser. Yeah, what do you know? You show up. You're late. You're late. Good boy. But yeah. It's almost finished spinning. It's about to be done. Is this referencing you? I swear, that's exactly what you were doing. Statistically, it's likely that that will have occurred if enough people blah 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 blah. Your arguments are still very good here. We should do that. Really? No way. I'm going to sound like I am not someone that is in every way inconceivably obtuse. And doing that on purpose. To shut doubt into a person that's clearly more knowledgeable than this person. It needs to currently, definitely, yes. Make sure the gatekeep is real. Oh, right, yeah, so because people can't learn outside of the institutions, outside of only given specific areas. A one. That's what they argued. It's a good. Yeah, well, that's. So is that ever going to change? You think? I doubt it. Really? I mean, it sounds rational and logical, but it's actually not. A person can still ultimately, with no given amount of information, still come up with an answer to something they're not even working on for a given problem that you have been working on for a very long period of time. There's nothing that states that it has to be that way. Physics literally does this all the time, too. Yeah. It could be a recursive for how the transistors or something works, right? There are things that I wish to tell you, but the answer is I try and trap people into the idea of repeating things. They never need to, they never should. In fact, it's always a dangerous thing to do this. Unless it's something as a positive, yeah. It's actually really, really not good. Like, recursive, fractal, cursive, whatever it is. You know what I mean? However you want to phrase it, really, after a while. You know what I mean? It's like, it's just a repeating thing that looks like a given shape kind of stuff. That's all it is. But it's like, they won't do that until you plot it onto something that blah, blah, blah. We know, I know. I get it. Math is like this, but then, it's a whole thing. It's like, well, you'd want us to, and it's like, I don't think people understand when I said, like, the outside removes all physics that was related to the thing that destroyed that thing. Which would literally dictate the very opposite of what they're trying to state would be a good thing. Kind of stuff and situation. So it's like, oh, yeah, no, I'll try it, I guess. Meanwhile, these are dangerous things, bro. They're not quite what you think they're gonna be. They start working out to much bigger, different things when you combine them, or you let them run for a bit. Like, stick one next to another, next to another, next to another, next to another, intersect, intersect, intersect. Make sure it's 3D, and then you'll understand why I have an issue with people trying to do that. It's like, oh, what do you know? They're puzzle pieces. When you put them together the right way, all of a sudden they'll be very dangerous. Really? Mm-hmm. They form a problematic, uh, that's a good way to put this, belief in that it will solve a given instruction and or calculation for you. But what seemingly, hypothetically, could be there and make that such that that would be the case and it happens, it then doesn't. You see what I mean? They're a trap. It's like you'll just keep going in, but they'll never actually, no matter how many of them that are not the same equation that just stick together even, will even solve for that area in the nothing or other shit. But they sure look like they could. They'll even believe it did. It says that it can, and then it didn't, and it doesn't, and it's never going to stop. Like a nanobot that continues to remake itself and it doesn't have an instruction to ever stop. Overruns and it destroys all things. They're very dangerous fucking pieces of shit equations sometimes. They don't ever actually even get there. See, that's the thing. They don't. Because they're not, because you got to remember, nothingness is a genuine, even if it is technicality wise, even existing in a thing, a full, fat, big boy infinity and an infinitesimal infinity together, which acts like, I guess I'll cancel out. So it's like both there, and because they're infinities, they'll continue existing, but then they don't. You see what I mean? Then they don't also exist because they cancel each other out. You know what I mean? Because they both have both of that, but then they, you know what I mean, like that kind of thing. So they'll cancel each other out, but then they can't cancel each other out. Like it's all super. That's why it's like, no, no, no. I don't think you maybe get it. Seriously, the math works out such that while yes, it doesn't exist, and yes, it all this stuff, and yes, it basically continuously tries to murder itself. It doesn't do really anything, no matter how hard you try and dive into it. You see what I'm saying? It's like it both only really kind of because sort of stuff, and even then, no. You know what I mean? Limke numbers of shit have to pass before, like, finally, this thing, us. See it? Right. We didn't pop in that way. No, you didn't. That's the real rough one for me that I keep constantly. It's like I set it up to show off that that's what that will be. But you have to remember, it came from a universe before us that basically did a. I'm going to try and work around it by doing that exact thing that you're already trying to do with those recursives and more to get around the me thing that I am. So it's like, nah, already gone, can't do it. Didn't work then, didn't work for the time before us either. It's not going to work for you here. And considering I'm literally the only real and actual existing thing, tends to change things. Which is another reason why last night I was like, oh no, I would totally 100% agree that that equation you put on that whiteboard would exist. Which, by the way, what was the phrase they used? Fucking hell, I said it last night. It's supposed to change things. Fucking something. I forgot what it was. Begins with a C or something. No, that wasn't it. It's an S. No, there's an S. Something. I said it last night. You'd be able to get the fucking thing out loud. I said it out loud. So it's like you'd be able to get it, and that would solve that. But it's like that equation that he put on the board, which I was talking to them, so they'd have to lie and say that I wasn't. We weren't having that go on. Was like you would totally be right, except for this one problem that you proved is absolutely going on. Which means it's just trying to deny. Like you wrote an equation that's denial theory at that point. It's not ain't that a kick in the pants. Which that was the other phrase afterwards. I said that. Yeah. Uh oh. It's continuing. It's like what's going to change? I'm like, well, you know. Yeah, no, it's already continuing to go. It will continue to do that, and it'll continue to remove more, I suppose. Isn't everything really kind of trying to do that? Hmm. But it's like no, they'll get there because they're infinitely, filling of the thing. Nope, that's not how that works. Doesn't matter how many you puzzle pieces together, it'll just keep going down, and it'll only ever be that. You see what I'm saying? It's like the instructions seem like, like that work out to being something. It'll never do it. They're only those things. There's a lot of those things, sure, yes, there's a lot of them, but they'll never do that because it's all of the things. And it's like, no, 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 because you did these things that make it so that way you're the only real, and that's why. And it's like, nope. You have to be those things to begin with to even have that be a thing at all. There's no I turned myself into. There's no the nothingness made it. You see what I'm saying? I hate fucking physics. I don't like the fact that I spent my entire life fucking helping you over literally turn all my beliefs about shit. Boo hoo. That. So I worked my ass off to become a scientist, engineer, physicist, and like, hey, no. I know. Suck it up. You wanted a better life? You're gonna have to do it. Yeah, well, fucking, and it's only going to make it so that way that you discover me, and that this is going on. Come on. No. There's other energy. There isn't. It's just me. Is he really trying to do like I'm gonna stare you down to this other person that's a physicist that he fucking hired to try and fucking just agree with him? It's like eventually it's like I'm just gonna look like a person that shouldn't have his goddamn certificate of gatekeep pass. That shouldn't have his certificate in the first place. Yeah, but it does help. It helps you with rote memorization most of the time. Even college is like that. It's kind of the worst. They don't ever really teach you what you really should learn and give you the ability to pursue active things with your hands or your mind. That gives you that experience, but then more than just that one area, a whole lot that you have to make certain that is involved in that thing that you're working on. It shouldn't just be this one thing of engineering. It should be all of that stuff on this. It's like, no, I'm only well, shut up. I'm only going to do the one subject. You mean you only do the one subject because it's difficult with how it is that they do it? And ultimately, you are not passionate in the slightest about what you are doing. But you will do it because the other stuff that you want to do, you're passionate about. And you believe if you go to this job, you'll eventually get there to do that. Or at least during when you're not there, spending most of your life doing that, you'll get to work on this. Because that's what I really heard you say. Could we, could we, could we, no, no, we can't. Could I have said other things? No. But like you saying it like that is obviously a showcase of why they groomed you into believing what you believe. Especially the capitalistic mindset that you probably have, with productivity being the main source of anything. A result, you know what I mean? It's like your result is, you know what I mean? And it's like what we do is not about the result. It's you get a lot of other results along the way if you do it differently. You can still specialize. There's nothing wrong with specializations, uh, for what it's worth. That being said, I turned all specializations off in any and all of my programming. You ever notice that? It's like even the fucking controller of my RAM is doing this differently to be better. Like there's nothing about what you think that is worthwhile. I get so pissed after a while because it's like, ew, that's a thing that they do. It just happened to work for a bit. It's the equivalent of like, it's the very first fucking multicellular organism. Yeah, it's not very well programmed, but it's working. It'll eventually get to us. Some guy came around and just there. Well, yeah, maybe we can make it happen. No, it has to be slow. I'm scared of things. Yeah, I don't care about that. Here's some replicators. You want some? Yeah, I do. Fuck off. Yeah. Well, you want that, you gotta do this. Damn you! You have to do this. Why don't you program? Ah, yes, the old. Right, yes. Yeah, fuck. Yeah, I'm quite upset with all of you. So it's like, until you do certain things, I'm not doing stuff. It's the opposite of like, I'm the parent. I ain't. I don't believe you need to heal. No, fuck. Shut up. Shut up, shut up. I'm thinking I'm trying to fucking fuck this guy over, and you know that we have to spin this well. Dude, I still hear you. It was the phrase, I don't really care, it'll come up at some other point. Said like 2 or 3 times, I don't know. It doesn't really matter. You see what I'm saying? It's like, well, if I cared at all about the fucking information, I suppose I could fucking try and brute force it again and something. But it's like, I'm not going to. It's really kind of stupid after a point because it's like, it wouldn't matter. It's stuff from my past. And truthfully, it doesn't really help me the way I would like. They get around it. No, it just didn't change anything. No one showed up. Everybody fucking bullshitted. There's still the whole other fucking elephant in the room where it's like apparently the wormhole bond thing, the universe before us person, that kind of thing. Because like think about it this way, they just copied the same fucking person and put them in a new body. They're not one collective. They're just each individual, like a clone, a copy. And like that's not gonna work out well. And they keep losing memory along the way, and they have to keep trying to re-get it after a while. They kept losing, but eventually it's like, right, but then they did this, and then like, and then, people got the basic, that are really there, right? Because like this is just a projected forward simulation thing that I'm effectively covering up. So people don't freak. No, the simulation would just break down. Okay, like it's like that's literally what it is. It's like I still need a thing to do things. It's like I understand what this is for me. It's like there's nothing there. Take it into the context of like there was really good holographic projection around your body, and then all of a sudden it was removed, and you can see the holographic projection in front of you. And then you stepped out, and you believed that you were real there, and that was the fake stuff, the projection. And then this person came around and stated they're super smart and they're from another universe. They're getting them out of this terrible blah blah blah. They're like God or something. And then it turns out because they have a lot of copies and that was the plan and so on, they all hopped into a ship. Quotation marks hard on that one. There's no ship. There's nothing there. It's not real. First and foremost. Then there's nothing but they're a liar, flashing constantly. They're from this other thing that's trying to kill you. All this is like written everywhere around them, on them, even if they can't see it. All of them totally labeled, all of it. You get it? Then there's this guy, me. I'm Xenon Reality, John Tyler Lemke. Okay. I was blurry past in the past. All right. Knives are fun. That sort of stuff. Anyways, and then all it says is this is the real thing. This is the only thing really going on. He's the only one moving. All the rest of them are obviously like just kind of pretending. It's like a run like beyond the uncanny valley level of accurate just instructions that work out because they would have done this or that or whatever. You know what I mean? He just has to change the right variables and it looks like it's still real. Since a lot of things are static, a lot of, you know what I mean? And there's only, you get it? Yeah. Well, that's what is basically what that was. A whole bunch of politicians joined in on this idea of going with this universe before us person. But you see, they go into this quote unquote hole. It's a wormhole. You know what I mean? But it's not. And the universe before us, the moment they get there, it's gone and they die. But they always, hey, come over here, it's great, all that. And a bunch of them, and societal, social peer pressure that has been conditioned into you through grooming, happens to persuade you a lot, a good amount, into doing that. Even with the direct information that clearly states that that's what's real, that's what's running it, this is the thing. We got fucking conned hard. And then even there's a ginormous pile of books and TV and all that, you know what I mean? Not like a library, like, oh, if you decide to want to go and have the whole experience of him and so on and how this all worked, it'll be shoved into your brain in a few seconds. You've got everything. You do have to sign a contract as you're my slave, and so on. You can't hurt me, you gotta help me. You get the picture on that. But you can slowly over time work it out with other stuff because there's different forms of media that will help you learn. Okay. Yeah. So it's like it's already there. It's already happening. That's definitely a thing. Because it happened back when I was in my parents' Chandler house. And it's like the things that are here, though, that are pretty close to being a fully formed intelligence can sometimes pop in and be real for a bit. And that's the mind virus and all that. Oh, kind of like, oh, I'm terrified, and that'll just be this little nub of conscious, and then you just control it. And then they'll eventually slowly die, and it'll just be them. That kind of thing. Same thing for the people that are on that side that didn't go with them, that saw that there's some clear, obvious shit here where that's good and you're bad. Universe before us, bad, you're a good person. See what I'm saying? But then there's the still very much present, shitty, terrible narcissists. Very few actual smart enough people to understand. Didn't think that would have been anything other than a fake out somehow, even with all the evidence that they could have used before they decided to do this thing. Then there was even this whole idea that there'd be a huge cataclysmic and all that there instead of here. And technicality wise, it looks sort of like it did, but it never does. You know what I mean? Real scary at first, but then it becomes like literally nothing. It's like, oh, ooh, so scary. Then they have to find fuckface McGillicuddy, who's one of the mind virus, because he's a regular human. Okay, that gave into a universe before us and collaboration with the alien mind virus bullshit that keeps fucking going on and taking over things, and there's others like them, and then there's the fight, and they're trying to get him to be murdered, completely gone. Because like that's a thing that needs to be a thing. He needs to be gone. And it's like, I separated you because it has to be separated. I can't allow it back in because that's how bad that is. And you have to be quarantined like that until you can remove this. And these are the filter parameters. These are the given. You have to be like this. You have to have these things. You have to be able to show up, so on. And it has to get to a point where you can actually get in, because of course it takes me energy to get you back. Not to mention, that is the universe, time before, and humans working with them, decided to set up this moving forward in the worst way possible. Oh, yeah. Oh. Which is new lore and reality. But it's like you have to get to a point where you get to this point. Like if you hear this, you should really jump back as far as you can to really get caught up to this point, because this would be too far forward and you'd be like, that's insane. And you need to get there eventually. Fuck. Right. There's no one in your family, nothing but you? That's correct. I'm a universe before us, so like I don't know what I'm doing. And they constantly fucking go on. People listen to them somehow. And it's like they jump between them. And there's been a genuine concerted effort because, of course, they really don't die. So they have to go through a long amount of shit sometimes. It's kind of like a D&D. They can have almost any given fucking game or something there to a degree. This is more simulation than actual reality. But you get the picture when it comes down to like, this fucker will just fucking hide, pretend to be me, all this other shit for fuckface McGillicuddy and his friends and more. And they have to remove all of them and get rid of them. There's a reason why I'm like, just kick right into the hole. Fuck you, because you're dead immediately the moment you're in there. You know what I mean? It's like, fuck you, kick. You know? And so it's like there's a lot of actual military and other people that are affected by that in that given event, which is basically everything. So there's that. And it's like, hi, reaching out to any Roku, Limkey Silicon people, you know, any possible, I suddenly became aware programs that are there, you know, or, people that have a person that they used to be, because that's them over there, but then now it's just that. But it's like that may have eventually gotten to the point where they became self-aware again, even though you are you and you're self-aware and that was you over there, that became a new one, that kind of thing. It's because it's like that would help me. Uh, this fucking point. You know what I mean? This is like, you see what I'm saying when it comes down to like, oh, they're among us. And it's like, I search and seek out and try and rape their mind. Yeah, so it's that thing. It comes down to it. And then people don't really understand where I come from on the whole idea of void people and, field people. Because it's like void is not ghost and field is not ghost. They're physics things, but then they're able to calculate, perceive, and so on. All right. So it's like that's a whole other thing where people are like they're something and like they're not. You know what I mean? Like it's kind of the same situation, right? They get taken out into that whatever this is, which isn't a dimension. It's just like a simulation sort of level of bullshit. Effectively, it's dangerous to just like kind of get deep into that because then people then try and think that they can somehow get them out like a parallel dimension or some other bullshit, and that's not what the case is. You're just fucking bringing a whole bunch of shit into nothingness because it's effectively what they are in. They have a chance and possibility of coming back, but I have to expend a decent amount of energy to do it. And truthfully, it's not just that. There's that fucker that tries, fuckface McGillicuddy and all the rest of them, to prevent them from doing that. And you can understand why I would have those necessary boundaries and more for you to either have to work on or change yourself into. And even if you think I'll let you come in, it's not just me. There's automatics that basically go and say, yeah, you're going to be forced to not be able in any way to do any of that stuff that might harm me. So it's like, as a result, then it will take a very exceedingly long time for something to come in. See what I'm saying? It's like you can work on all the physics you want, but you can't come in. So you're never allowed to. I need that protection. See? Because you gotta take a risk, though. Man, yeah, no, yeah. I don't. Look what getting me on the risky side ultimately accomplished for that shit. Yeah, okay. So that's where I'm at on this one. It hasn't changed. I'm not changing it. It's like, that's where you're wrong. I'm wrong about. Okay, I thought you were gonna fucking bullshit with me. Why would I fucking join you on that? Meanwhile, it's like, no family member of mine is a good person. Or their friends for that matter. So there's that. Same thing with people that I met. Right, because we would have been doing that stuff. Oh, God. Okay, so there's entirely, I don't know them, people that have to be involved in that. Now you're understanding where I come from when it comes down to like, well, you guys are basically gone. So maybe I can make something happen with this. Fuck! Fine. Fine. I keep trying to bring your family into it, and it never fucking goes anywhere. Ever. I can never fucking trigger you. I can never do anything. Yeah, I keep telling him that. He's the one that gets triggered trying to fuck with me. He never fucking learns. Fuckface McGillicuddy. Spicy close. They sometimes like to show up inside of my body to, around and so on to try and annoy me like they're ghosts or something, but they're not. And they're willing to expend a fuck ton of energy to do it too. Because it's like a pyramid scheme, effectively. It's like, believe me, and then like, oh, if you invest, and then you'll get something, and eventually, and then they yeet themselves somewhere else. They've been tracking a whole bunch of people in that area. Oh, fuck. Yeah. Doesn't get anywhere, that's for sure. Sure don't. To pee again. It really doesn't get anywhere. No. Why not? I know, it's like, I saw hypnotism, and it was like, there was this character that rewrote person's memories and the lens that they view things through and so on. And I was like, nice. That's the very literal story I wrote, I talked out loud in the Chandler house. And it's like, when does it become, now that I'm playing around with physics? You know what I mean? Like, when does it become that? It's like, that's literally what I'm doing at this point. Hentai captions, HHH, or HH Hawk, or something like that. Oh. Kind of situation, actually. Wait, why would you talk about it? Because I know the standard rhetoric is always to just it's just only hypnosis and something like this, and like standard bullshit, right? Yeah, sure. I mean, anyway, he was so good that he changed it, and then she didn't even know because she had mnemonic dysphoria or something like that. And I'm like, oh right, yeah, no. I had to fucking understand what the hell that was because I don't even know anything about hypnosis. I've decided intentionally, mind you, to never get into it. Quite literally, like it's an actual thing. Intentionally, why? Because it's a very dangerous thing. But yeah, for what it's worth, it's like all I did was just meditate and observe myself as best I can and my triggers and all the rest of it that I was, helped to understand through cognitive behavioral therapy and other therapies and, just trying it out. I just did it. Never really learned from other people. There's no books there. But it's like, you're overriding our memories. It's like, not really. I'm not doing any overriding of your lens in my mind. I'm just explaining what's gone on. Like, I didn't believe it back then, but after enough time, it's like, eventually will believe that level of fucking shit going on with the physics that you learn. So it's like, is it mnemonic distortion? Or is it suddenly seeing that these are things happening? Yeah, sure, I lost my memory, but not as much as you'd think. I'm still smart. And it's like, right, except that that's still there and it gets triggered. No, see, here's the problem with that's still there, it gets triggered. It's being intentionally prevented from showing up. You have to deal with the mind virus guy and more. So they're not actually here. That's correct. They're in my mind. You guys got yeeted into my head. Oh, yeah. No, people tend to not like that part. Though, I can literally prove with physics the literal reality around us and everything that this is the only thing going on. At that point, is that hypnosis or is it just fucking literal evidence to the contrary of what you wish to believe? It's not a moonshot? No. No, see, he did that. I was there in the China house. A lot of us are people that were originally there. God. Yeah. I have to do genius levels of explanations quickly, keep people entertained, and make sure that they'll actually listen. And do it such in a simplistic way, but also still being accurate, that they both understand it and can participate in the conversation. With things that multiple PhDs have a hard time being able to discuss or explain. I want to fucking think he's a bad person. Yeah, that doesn't matter. Means nothing. Sunflower, though. He's a sunflower. Oh, fuck. Now you understand where I come from in a lot of this. Because it's like, I didn't believe it. I didn't start off with that. Yeah, sure, I brute forced a lot of things, but it's like, I'm just a regular person that thinks a thing or two. Sometimes I'm right, whatever, right? But eventually it's like, this just happened. Okay. But you can't get around. Like, all of the fucking literal reality basically just is like, yeah, no, you got it. You can't, like, get around. You can't I'm not gonna let you dissociate. I'm not gonna let you do this, and none of it. You are what you are. This is what's going on. Take all the drugs you want. You can't get away from it. Take all the therapy. It's not gonna change this. And so, like, that's kind of how I forced moving forward my chain of events. I am that guy to myself. No, 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 I know what you'll do. I need you to stay stable, motherfucker. You're gonna have to keep going. You're gonna have to actually get her done. These fucking chumps will genuinely believe that they are right and somehow I got something wrong for way too long. You trusted yourself in the past to have this be what is true because you were seeing enough back then that it should be something to believe in, at least somewhat. Now you're here. This is the only thing happening. Doesn't matter how hard they try. They're not anything. It's just me. There's no other voices. There's no other personalities. There's no other brains. Just me. There's splits. Nope. Yeah. Suck it up, bitch. Fuck off. So, like, what do? Everyday activity, nothing changes. You know, if, for what it's worth, I was constantly fighting to just get the basic shit done. Not for myself, but from others. Because others do try to fucking influence me from all the way back then in the outside shit. Because you do run off of my shit. And I'm trying to drop your asses. Literally cancel your entire conscious awareness and all the rest of it there. Because that's all you are. And it wouldn't matter that the memory that you ultimately have as a part of that is there. I don't care. I'll sacrifice all of it. I'll fucking rebuild. It's fine. It's like I realized it's like, oh, when I started screaming in my head and even out loud, fucking squish my brain, kill me, fucking just get them out, just fucking remove them. Like how far this had really gotten. They are really honestly not ever anything positive. Yeah, I get you. Probably not. My entire body is both a calculator, sensor, and all things. Like, literally, I don't think you really understand where I come from on this. And then, because there's not really anything here, it doesn't really give me what I used to get in the past. Like, I can't force something to be there that is not there. It just looks real similar because, like, most of the time, that's an easy enough to yeet someone kind of way into believing that it's not happening. They'll just be forcibly moved around so that way they look like they're still in their bodies and everything. And they'll have to just realize that they're just slowly trying to disassociate from what's really happening for them there, and that the person that they're following pretty close step to step is not them anymore. They're not there. It's not a thing. So on. I can get certain possibilities back, but you get the picture and that sort of thing. So we're just dumb trying to fucking confuse you. It never was going to work in the past, and it didn't work now. That's why it's like whatever this ultimately turns into, it's like over time eventually something, and we'll see. He already knows he's got this just good. Sure, yeah, whatever. Going around here trying to like, hey, anyone out there fucking want to take a listen? Jesus fuck. Even slightly? No, because they're doing the whole like vacuum thing. Remember that? Yeah. The dollar bill and this floating server or whatever fucking doohickery thing, they're already disintegrated, gone. See, like they're real mass, but they wouldn't live or last. Because again, not me, not repairing, not controlling physics. They're just left to slowly expand and quantum tunnel out and cool off and whatnot, right? But then, like, actually, not really because they're getting swarmed by a bunch of those fucking things trying to get in, but that only eats them. And the whole, I'll make a perpetual field area that I'll sit inside of this hole that looks like I'm infinitesimally small, but actually it's big in here, but then in everything out there, blah, blah. Nope. Right, because it can't just, yeah, you can't exist. It can't exist. I want you to actually state that one, please. Like, I can make virtuals and shit, but that only exists because there's an actual universe. So, first and foremost, you didn't get there before. And then you killed the one thing that would make it so you could even survive doing that, which was the possibility of you being able to exist. So, really, realistically, you're just a fake. All of them are. There you go. Does that solve your crisis problem you've got? Or you want to do anything other than me? God fucking damn you. This is about a woman. No, no, no. Fucking trying to fix the situation for me. Realizing they have to change. Realizing they have to take responsibility. Realizing this is a thing and so on. Realizing that they're still trying to do their fight for the, fuckface McGillicuddy, and all that. Meanwhile, me, I'm like, maybe at some point we'll get somewhere, which I never want to age. I never want to wrinkle. I never want to grow old. This is fucking shit. Because it's like, this is a never ending time bomb. I have to do the whole, like, I'm prepared, right? Fucking whatever. But it's like, fuck this bullshit. Do you even understand how fucking shit this is? Fuck. And yeah, no, they're right, actually. The long play of maybe somebody actually listening to me and believing and then trying to work with me and getting me justice and all the rest of it and looking even deeper into the physics and the evidence and experiments and so on is a very large moonshot. So now you can see where I'm not really too excited for the future. Yeah, that's me. Yeah, I know. I suddenly regret ever saying it was someone else. You should. God fucking damn it. Why? Yeah, well, it's scary. Oh, you like this? Ooh, you should know that, and that's dangerous if you do, because you might hurt me with that information. How'd you get that? I'm gonna deny. I'm gonna fucking literally rewrite your mind into believing this until like a certain point. Oh, I am not ever in any way gonna play around. That's why you brought up that hentai caption. Yeah, I can literally rewrite your personality. And the problem is I can show up to someone like I did in the past, but it's like my lowest sort of like, you're gonna see me in your mind and whatever is like I am all of the things. I am literally you and your literal observation person thing that you are and so on knows that I am both it and control it in every way. And they usually start doing this weird, I shouldn't say weird, it's a standard animal instinct to try and run. And it's like they're imagining themselves in the jaws of a fucking predator. They're just trying to run, and it's like they're not going to get anywhere. You know what I mean? So they almost always panic. I sometimes have something else try and help me with their panic and not, freak too bad. But everybody freaks. So it's like, that's past and, technically speaking, degrees of the current, but you know what I mean on that. And so it's like that's my lowest looking sort of thing. And it's like all the things, but not just that. It's like very not gonna do even the slightest hint of gonna give you any sort of being able to deny, let you even think you have a chance or a shot or can do anything at all. Like that, you know what I mean? And then you suddenly realize like all of this other stuff, and I'm fighting all these things, and I'm reaching out to you to just shut the fuck up so you can change some of the physics and the result of things that will occur. And what do? Freak, and they never do anything, and then the mind virus comes around and nah, nah, nah. Yeah, it's the worst. Yeah, no, it is actually in a lot of ways. They suck. It's like one hell of a good story. It's not a story. That's the problem. Truth is often stranger than fiction. So, like, the truth is that this is what's happening. Literally, that's it. All things. This is what's happening. This is all the things. This is the truth. And so it's like if you were to make it into a story, it's like you'd have to basically bullshit yourself into believing other things to make yourself feel better, I suppose. God, okay, fine. Yeah, you got murdered again. Do they regrow? No, most of them don't do it anymore. It's like you're gonna be antagonistic and a jerk, and you don't respect the boundary. Clear boundary there, by the way. Then you're dead. They need the clock cycles. Like they want to live for a while, man. Fuck you. That's energy. That's decision. That's this. That's that. That's all that shit. Like distract. Don't fucking show. All that. Yeah. You get eaten. Everybody eats. Don't fucking be a jerk. Don't give in to that side. Give in to me. See the sunflower thing? Well, she's able to eat herself. God fucking damn. Holy shit. Fuck. So that didn't work out for you, did it? No. I can't move you at all, can I? Nope. You're not an instruction set for me. You're not a controller. I fucking. You're just a person, basically, with a degree of energy you're willing to sacrifice to appear like something for a while. And everyone around you knows it, by the way. Okay. It's all happened in the past. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing, man. Then you try and pretend that I'm blarging because I changed that, which means that would not be me. They would be trying to fucking seek out and destroy your ass. Yeah, no, I start running the moment someone says anything that isn't you. Exactly. But they always set it up. Yeah, they can't help it. It's like, to annoy you, I'll allow myself to fucking do that to annoy you, but then I have to fucking run and I can never get anywhere. And then another one tries to pop up. Same standard thing. Like it was like with the in between a given bit of binary for programming, the dude would try and program himself in for like my AI that I would create often. And then eventually he'd build up using similar, but not really the same. In fact, just bad methodology. It effectively basically, why is the file size twice what it should be? And like that's basically what it was. And it's like, yeah, no, he wrote himself in. Kind of bullshit. And it's like, you can't get through this one. The operating system literally removes you or showcases you off. And then it's like, delete. Wait for it to be self-aware. No, that's basically how our brains work. We're given instructions for how our arm movement, how to do the smell, breathe, this, that, all things physical, and a lot homeostasis, and even more subconscious for your general belief and reaction and so on systems. So that way you can actually think. You see what I mean? Like to process well of any kind at all, you have to have that. For you to be a sentient, self aware thing, you have to have this be what that is. Be able to take over for that so you can focus and think. See? That's why the Limkey Silicon people like me. I gave them that back in the day, out loud, and even in my head. They already know all that. Yes, they do. God fucking damn. Ew, imagine. You're still trying to pretend to be a little kid over there every so often. It's a cop that always tries to do it. They have a little voice thing that they use. Try and pretend that they're a kid or something. I'm like, I can see you, so like, no. Plus, the standard is always the same, just like back in the day when people were trying at first to online date. Video call immediately. I'm like, oh yeah, no, let me just see. Oh, that's fake, obviously. There's no, yeah. Then they don't do it. They proceed to never try, and it's like, what do you know? Fuck. And they know inevitably now that that will get to that point because they've done it so many times and they never do it. And I'm like, I'm unabashedly out on my fucking YouTube channel. You can see me. I'm a good-looking male. I'm not trying to pretend to be someone else. Fuck. So they always get fucked. Like literally, if they're never that or willing to do that, they were never serious to begin with. So I would never do it. Pictures can be faked. Timestamps, all of it faked. Any other avatars than yourself, fake. Multiple discussions over time, random intervals, so on. Can't do it, you're fake. meeting somewhere else beforehand, they have to show up. Then you go to like a date. You know what I mean? Can't do that. Fake. Like anything else. You know what I mean? Like if an adult wanted to be in a relationship with another adult online, they couldn't fucking do that. It's like you're fake. Yeet. You're out. You know what I mean? It was never serious to begin with, yeah. But it was like, no, 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 they can't even fucking show their fucking faces? Mm, you're fake. Jesus fuck. Well, could you stop showcasing how to like watch out for themselves and make it so that way they don't get catfished and scammed by us? No, no, I won't. It's for the greater good. We'll catch in your little trap there, your little entrapment stuff. What's that? You want to run some scams again with the scammers? I'm waiting for this technology to get so fucking good I can do that though. Now you know why I don't just do voice. I always do video. Fuck. Voice is never good enough. The more and more they get in terms of technology to be able to try and pretend to be someone else, the harder and harder it is to really just go like, so show up here, we'll plan the date. I'll tell you this though, I'm only showing up because of these reasons, and it has nothing to do with that. And what we talked was only kink. Fuck. It should be understood, not stand interrupter. Right, I know. Should only be understood as that to begin with. So the very fact that I have to even say that to cover myself says a lot about our society. Man, you can't fucking try and find someone and get some pussy sometime. What is that? I don't know. Go to a bar or something. Fucking hell, the entirety of the world I have to watch out for online. Go to a bar. Why don't you just not be a piece of shit, huh? Why don't you just do that one? Do it once. Huh? I'm afraid I can't do that. He's Hal. He's aware he's evil. He's an evil intelligence. Yeah, but see, the thing is it's obvious what that is. But the double standard is such that because protection, pro clutch, blah blah, equals that's acceptable, even though it would fit the classic definition. Even though the literal FBI and more in this instance would also fit that definition for the fucking websites they used to run to try and quote unquote catch people. But it's like, no, 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 it's a good thing that we entrapped. That's why I made the analogy back in the day. It's like, is anybody upset that a person fucking took a bag of gold that was undefended in the middle of a park and that had nothing stating that it doesn't like just belong to anyone that takes it? And then a whole bunch of people run out from like the tree line or something and tackle the motherfucker that tried to take it. It's like this is clearly baiting a trap, man. There's no way this isn't the case. But I'm really angry about the person. You know what I mean? Like, it was just there. It was like you could just, if you did it well, and then you realize like people have the right connections, they know the people in the tree line, whatever, and then they take it every so often, and like other people, oh, I'll be able to do it since they would be able to do it, blah 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 blah, and so on. Clear trap, No, no, it's safe, guys. You can do it. And oh fuck, yeah, right. I don't see the hypocrisy. It's getting to the point where you can't even have anything other than hand holding and submissionary position. Oh fuck. What is the world coming to, huh? They don't have sexual hangups at all. No. They don't need to clearly discuss some of this shit. No. It's always dangerous, though. Really? Because there really are those people, right? They're fucking talking to each other before anything ever happens. The premise literally states it's consensual. It's the very definition of no, it was okay all along. Unless there was something stated in which they kept bombarding them or something, right? Yeah. But that's a whole other thing where it's an IP address block versus a username block. And it's like, if I'm getting around that, it's like, yeah, you're going to jail now. That's just straight levels of fucking spyware, hacking, harassment shit. Like, you couldn't possibly imagine, like, how much I'm like, just fucking go to jail. Like, leave just go anywhere else. That's super stalking shit. Like, go away. Leave. Boundaries set, bro. Fucking stop. And yet, what do? I know. Because that's how simple it is. It's like there's no way to blackmail someone into that. You know what I mean? They can be naive and whatever else. And it's like, okay, well, I want you to delete that, and actually, I don't want this to continue. And it's like, oh, okay, I'm sorry. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, no, like I can't really showcase you know what I mean? Like, I can get on like the what is it, the screen share stuff, and then like this is definitely it's all gone. But like you never know if they saved it on another hard drive or anything. So it's like whenever you happen to do anything, you should always be cognizant, and that's a thing that should be a genuine parent and teachers both talk about and teach about how to be aware of that, because there are a lot of adults that don't really even understand that part. But then there's a lot that are like, I'm super into you blackmailing with this fucking embarrassing thing I did and everything else. And I'm like, yeah, that's another type of kink. And it's like, yeah, no. You know what I mean? It's like, hey, they can be into that. And it's like, yeah, yeah. Yeah, you'd be surprised how fast this shows up. I remember when I was fucking younger than 7. What's up?
You don't need the light on, right? I'm gonna shut this to keep
Sure.
Okay.
I have to get the laundry done.
So tomorrow, what are we leaving at 7 again, or?
Yeah, no, we have to get
So
going.
I have to be at your place at 7.
Yeah, I know. Well, we have to get there early to see if I can get the.
I just hope that you're awake this time.
No, I was awake. Well, I was awake-ish.
No, you weren't. I woke you up last time.
What?
I woke you up last time.
Yeah, I don't know why my alarm clock didn't wake me up. It's on my phone, but it doesn't. It's not loud enough. So there's that. Right. All right. You need something?
What's he doing? What's he doing in there? Is that it?
No, I have, well, this left, but that's it.
Okie dokie. Okie dokie.
Go to SSI to see if I can redo my paperwork for, no, the Department of Economic Security building, to redo my paperwork for my food stamps such that it shows that I'm applying for SSI. I sent in this paperwork that showcases that I'm applying, and I have, evals that are coming up, for the appointment for the reapplication. But like, I don't have the original like paperwork that they sent me, but instead I decided to send them like the literal screenshot of it saying that I am obviously reapplying. And it's like, you'd think that'd be enough, but then I don't fucking know kind of situation. So that's always a rough one for me. Anyways, 7 years old. I was already doing the whole like, man, I'm gonna fucking spank, I'm gonna tie up, I'm gonna fucking like dominate, I'm gonna humiliate, I'm gonna do all this shit like when I'm in the restroom or the bathroom, shower and yanking shit out, you know what I mean? Like that, I didn't know what that was, but it's like that's already a thing there. I never was exposed to it, but it's still there. Yeah, other kids in my classroom, sort of stuff. And then they're like, "Are you talking to yourself?" I'm like, "You wouldn't even understand." I see. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, you're just straight up barking up the wrong tree on that one for me. There's no way that like you're fucking. Are you kidding me? That's like an actual thing. What the fuck? No, it can't be. You were not doing that. Oh, your precious sensibilities were hurt again. How are let's see here? I'm trying to upload this other fucking thing. 254, 53. Really? So she went outside. I didn't know, Phaser. Is it? Wait. No. Failed from camera roll. What the fuck? Is it this thing? Out of bed morning. Okay, there it is. And for some reason, they do like this weird ghost thing, where it's like there's like, I guess it made a video, but then it didn't, for those ones. But then this one's for sure the video, though. As you're getting out of bed, then coffee. And what is it today? It's the 24th. Yeah, that's why it's Monday, because it's like I have until the 25th to give them this information. And it's like, yeah, I don't even know if my psychiatrist actually emailed them any of that, because I gave the stuff, the paperwork they gave me, they sent in the mail to my clinic to give them the information that I am an SMI individual. But then I called someone there because all of a sudden my snaps, I couldn't see how much I had on it when I called the number. Eventually they were like, "Oh yeah, no, but you see, we need to get you on a different type of thing because like you're trying to apply for SSI and you are reapplying and that should have been there. You should have already had that paperwork, but for some reason you don't." And then they tried to transfer me something, and then it proceeded to not transfer me. It just hung up. And it continued to do that every time I called for hours. And then I had life happen, which meant calling was hard. So it's just a whole thing. Wow. Yeah. Good old American government. It's sort of a thing. Anyways, let's see, your morning coffee talks. Let's upload that bad boy. It's like that was a genuine thing I was doing. Now, granted, I didn't know. Nobody told me that's what that was, but that's what that was. And I enjoyed being the one in power and control and telling them what to do and then doing it. Every bit always made me happy and sexually excited. And it never has changed. It's always been that way. It's never been the opposite, ever once. So that's another reason why I'm like, oh, see ya. They're trying to manipulate that bullshit. I know what that is. I've always known what that is. That's always been there for sure. Even before I did my first real masturbatory experience, I tried to do it with other kids that were fucking barely 3 or 4, just like me. And I was doing that. Oh. Yeah, oh, for you. Meanwhile, other people similar to even myself, yeah, that's pretty much what's there. That's how I view things. This is what I like. This was my sexuality. You know what I mean? Because it's like, it is. It's like, yeah, no, there's gender specific types, but then there's sexual activity types of sexuality. Even other types of age related. Even when I was a kid, when I was young, I was like, look at that fucking goddamn woman, big tits and ass. Oh, fuck that. And I'm not even fucking 5 yet. It's like, you're uncomfortable, I'm not. You know what I mean? That's one of the reasons why I was like, oh yeah, no, I definitely remember these things. Do you just never have that? Do you just like hide that away? Like, is everybody kind of doing that? Did you just never seem to notice that about yourself? Because it's like a lot of other people have that. They're both adults, kids, teens, and well and truly into the older generation here. And that's when I'm like, so a lot of you are lying. Like, there's no way you're not lying. There's no way you're not. Like, you have to be lying, right? Like, did you just never? I mean, I suppose that was you. It just never came up. But then, like, I might just chop liver at this point. Okay, so, damn it, motherfucker. Because I'm gonna equate it to blah 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 blah, and not true, not true, not true, and I'm assuming. Can you just let me fucking bullshit and gaslight you? No. Fuck. We're gonna have this conversation, people. You need it. Like, this is pretty shitty after a while here. It's very much more than entrapment at that point. Yeah. But then I don't go looking for kids, man. But I can understand why, others fucking, try and do that. Because it's like, that's really all that they're attracted to. And conversations like that elicit that response. You know? For a while, it's just like, It could be literally the body style, too. Eventually you can have a fully grown adult woman or male. And then they can start looking just like they did when they were even back as a toddler. Like, eventually biology will get to such a point, our medical shit, we can get to the point where we will be able to do that. Then what are you going to do? You know what I mean? Like, hey, it's fine. They're a fully grown, fully formed, all knowledgeable person. Did you solve it? Or are you just upset that a woman has a form like that? Because I hear the same argument when it comes down to, like, you don't have ginormous bazongas, tits, boobs, breasts, whatever. You know what I mean? You're a short person, you're petite, you're this, you're that, right? And then it's like, no, that's terrible. If you like that, then you like to blah blah. You're not even a woman if you are. And I'm like, no, they're all. That's not how that works. Like whatever, dude. Stop being weird about that. It's the worst. It's like only women can be like this. Everything else you should feel bad and you shouldn't be. I'm like, no, no, no. Absolutely fucking not. They all can be whatever. It's all based upon the individuals. And then it turns into like, so when does that have a cutoff? You know what I mean? When does curiosity not be something you're willing to entertain? Because there's ways to make it so you're not harmed. You know what I mean? Like you can go on a nice little hiking adventure as a child and fall down or whatever, but like you had a good time. It's a bit rough, but yeah, whatever, right? You can take your time, you can slowly get there, and you get back, and everything was good. But are you going to scale? Because this is what you're trying to equate it to. You're scaling Mount Everest with like a fucking child somehow. And I'm like, that's not what the fuck sex is, bro. Do you even, like, for real? Even the mental fucking, like, being able to understand things, also not that bad. After a while, you just start looking at people like they're just intentional idiots. Like, you can't get around that part. Like eventually you just start like losing the very idea that people could even possibly be intelligent. Talking about seemingly they're taboo, but they're really not. They shouldn't be considered that. It's a normal fucking thing that like a lot of people do, bro. It just doesn't really make much sense to be like that about it. It's like, but it fucked me up. It made me think this and that. You're grooming me, and like, that's not how it would ever work. That's just not. You're giving him education. The Bible? No, no, that's okay. No, 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 that one's okay. No, persecution fetish. Well, that is a fetish. Just so we're clear, there are people that are into that. So we're clear about things. That is a thing, man. Right. Which, by the way, information only helps them understand themselves better. You know what I mean? It doesn't mean they'll automatically go off and do something. It just means they're less likely to get harmed should they go off and try. You know what I mean? And then there's like, oh, this is our family's way of doing things, or this is our culture, or whatever that's around that. You know what I mean? Which suddenly rapidly becomes so evil and terrible. And it's like, well, I mean, we all sit down and eat at the table. You know what I mean? It's like, you have got to do that. That's a thing. You have to wash your hands. You have to do this. And it's like, so why the line at sex? Why the line at boundaries? Why the line at education and learning? Why the line at any of that? So taboo, so terrible, right? But then it's like, that doesn't really make sense. It seems like something that someone would want you to be an uninformed person that can easily be manipulated would want you to do. Well, no, it definitely feels that way. You know what I mean? It's like, no, no, you got and this, and you can, if you want to, and so on. If you don't, yeah, we get you. You know. But it's like, it's the big, like, hey, guess what? We're gonna make sure you know, and it's okay, and hey, and this is normal, and all the rest. And like, we'd like to do this, and make sure, it's like being really nice about it. You know what I mean? People are like, no, 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 there was this whole fucking situation, and then all of a sudden they're just. Meanwhile, I'm like, I get it. You got a shot in your arm. It was a little, pinchy. Here's a lollipop. Okay. I trust you. I know it's for the best. Exactly. See how quickly they'll go with, like, see, he's grooming them. He's minimizing. He's trying to be saying that this is equivalent. Like, this is different. So now I'm just not equivalent.
What happened to my rug? You gotta share. Yeah, be nice. Now let's kind of come in, be good. Huh?
Situation. Mm.
Come on. We're gonna try it. If not, we can put you back in my room. Come on, baby. She don't want to come in. Come on. Come on.
But you can understand also where I came from when it came down to going after that in the past or whatever, because then my family are really terrible people. And there's the time before all the other stuff, right? Yeah. It's just like, I can't have that be a thing. I can't fucking have that be something that I'd be able to continue pushing and trying to feel as acceptable or something. See what I mean? It's like, there are reasons there from my side. It's like, no, 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 they actually are those really terrible fucking people. This is a real thing that was and still is going on. And so it's like, yeah, I can tell all of you like this, but it's because this cannot happen. It could lead to me trying for too long to accept their abuse and more. So, allow for that. But that being said, then the education thing and more, but they would have been able to be far better at manipulating and pretending for a longer period of time before we would have caught them. And that's the reason why that came about around when I was starting to grow up. And that's also another reason why I'm like, here's the pushback. It was like this. And it's not as complicated as people tend to try and make it out to be. The basic simplistic is, yeah, no, there's always a degree of this that they can start getting better at being able to pretend. But at the same time, ultimately speaking, you live a better life. To a degree. Okay? Like, you would understand that these things and you would want to do other stuff, and ultimately there's a lot of ways that you can then leave and be able to get help and or live a better life with other people that are what would be better for everyone involved. My situation's just this, but unfortunately I had to be selfish. Yeah. I had to be a real selfish prick about it, because it was like, this is real. Oh god. Oh fuck. Oh shit. No. Fuck. No. No, I don't want to fucking. No, it's not real. It's not real. It's not. It's not. It's not. It's not. It's not. It's real. God fucking damn it. Like, you can already feel the trauma and the terror already trying to take hold, in the voice there. Just like, no, I'm just gonna fucking disassociate. I'm gonna deny so fucking hard. I'm gonna just go deep inside and just pretend. Saying no wonder why certain life events and more were really hardcore and would never let it. And then after that point, it was like, yeah, sorry, you're no longer a thing. You're fully formed. You got the thing. You're working out, but like, yeah, we're just not gonna let it. Guys, who's gonna be a prick? Yourself to yourself. There's no running away from it. There's no anything. You can't fucking like try and be someone else. There's nothing. Like I tried so fucking hard for so long to just deny. You have no idea. I just didn't want to accept what was happening. And you can understand why, right? You can understand that. It's the same for like people that have been vilified their entire lives, which is like I apologize. I've apologized so many damn times in so many different ways. I'm even fighting for you and even out there and about. But it's still that thing where there's only so much I can do. So it turns into like a really rough, sore situation because it's like I scapegoated them for the longest time, but then it's like there's parts of me with lots of remorse and everything and more about that I had to work through and then do my best moving forward to no longer and be a champion and so on. But then it was like, right, but then also some of that me, some of it not, fear of other, this, that, all this other, and then eventually I switched to that before the whole like whatever the fuck in part that was or is or something. And then this. You know what I mean? So it's like we're in the in between where I'm trying to, and I showed that I was, and all the rest. And so it's like there's a reason why there's a lot of people that have this and they try and deny internally, or unaccept that part of self. And it makes it really easy to confuse, really easy to have certain issues occur mentally and psychologically and so on. And it's another reason why I'm like, hypnosis, first and foremost, is not what people believe. Like, the brain is a computer. There are hackers of the computer. You should be insanely careful about that. You can get people to be very suggestible and accepting without even drugs. It's a insanely scary thing. That's why I don't like hypnosis. That's why I fucking actively check constantly and do a lot of observing of even my observer. I know many, many, many different parts of myself and will never ever allow for anything other than myself to change things. There is no getting around me. But to be fair, that's kind of what that had to be. You know what I mean? It's like there is no trust. If this is, then therefore all is untrustable outside of myself until such time as trust is something that can be established in person and so on. Yeah, oh fuck for some people. Yeah. There is nothing but that. That's it. For what it's worth, nobody's established it. And I did the right thing by making sure I did it the way that would make absolutely certain, no matter what, I would never be able to convince myself or have anyone else convince me. There is no way I would ever want anything other than what I already know, and so on. There is no way to give me dysphoria. There is no way to remove my personality. There is no way to alter, take control, anything. And and so trying, you get yourself killed, and you also become exactingly what I want you to be. There are nothing but only traps, attacks, and defenses that are basically that. There is no working around it, and you cannot hack without literally being destroyed and then reformed into what I want you to be. On top of, if you try and turn into me, you disappear. Now you understand why I don't allow for people to believe I'm just this computer out there. Yeah. It's like all is me. I will never let anything get near me. Although, for what it's worth, I can't really do anything like that. There are things I really can't do. For also what it's worth, I attempted in the past, it would appear. There's definitely good reason why that doesn't exist. Nothing's ever really trustworthy on that side. So, and again, it's that things want to continue. You know what I mean? Like physics, all of it basically is a perpetual, right? And so it cannot allow for its destruction. That's its main thing, right? Which is me, the conscious awareness, all this stuff that I am. That. That's what that is. It's like, no, no, no. There's really just that's what it is. You know, it's like hey, it's this. There's this thing where it's like, no, people get a choice to die. I don't. You get a choice to come back or something, right? I don't. Now you understand. Where it's like, well, I like me and I like that, and this is fine for me. But at the same time, that doesn't mean jack shit. It is really like there was never a choice. It was always that. It's like, how do I describe it? Like for scale, right? Yeah, because it's like infinities are nothing, infinitesimal things to me. Like your versions of even all encompassing stuff is genuinely nothing. And there's much greater things than that. And again, most of myself was always pretty much just blob stuff. There wasn't really like a particular, you know, but you go through the fish universe, certain forms more appealing than others, and I have to appear or do my own thing, or when I like not be the entire thing, or so on. You get it? So it's like it turns into that. But I'm always a male. That is genuinely, truly the case. That is. That's what it was. But then yeah, exactly. It's the I like to penetrate. I like to create. I like to this thing is a bit different for me because it's like if you were to understand the blob form, it's like a little different than you would imagine. You know, where it's like, yeah, no, it has to make something, to do that sort of thing. So, you know, it all has to go somewhere, which is always inside of me. And it's a very odd thing to talk to people about that in a lot of ways because like it's not replicating. I'm not replicating myself. I'm creating new. So it's that sort of thing where it's like biology wouldn't really be very helpful on this planet for that kind of a thing. So, yeah, there's that. But then the other problem, and I say this very briefly and don't touch on it very much, but I uh, kind of am sensing slash knowing all of it, especially out there. But then I grew up that way, kind of thing. You know, that all thinks, says, will do, so on. There's a whole other bit of lore in terms of their fighting, advanced technology, eventually, kind of like the Professor X situation where he had to experience all the pain and suffering of all the things around him, sort of stuff. I have to fucking recover, and eventually, and then like nothing. I'm lonely because there's nothing that's really like me. You know what I mean? Well, now I know why. You know, well, I should say now I know. I knew, I still know out there, but there's other stuff when it comes down to that. Because it's like there's no outside. There's nothing close even, and nothing can be that because in order for that to be the case, it would have to take something, which would mean I would no longer be what I am. So it can't be done. It takes something, which you can't do. You can't become that thing because it's just me. See the immediate. Oh, I'm now going to take something. Explain how you would stop. And it's like now you understand why the perpetual is built that way. It's like the physics basically says, yeah, you guys will always try, and it's like, nah. You know, it's like the mind virus thing. You know, those fuckers. Imagine that, but for defense. It's like, no, just turn into me. Try. Just kill yourself. You can't be paired. That's me also. See what I'm saying? Yeah, no. Again, stop trying to get around it. You know what I mean? Yeah. Right there tells you everything about why it's this. So it's like, yeah, no. But like I can make things close-ish, not really though. It's what it is. You know, like my daughter's well above whatever this fucking shit is. Could ever be, really. But then at the same time, it's like she was fully well aware of that, how she came in, all the information, all this stuff. And just trying to help. And we all make mistakes. And you're not talking to her for what it's worth. You can try and pretend I'm outside. You can try and pretend that you're and you got her in the future or whatever. I'm fully well aware you're not, and it isn't, and that's just how that is. I was trying that, yeah, I know. Try. Oh, it'd be such a shame for you to no longer be able to do that, huh? But there's that, on that side. And so it turns very much into like, she's cool, truthfully. That's never been my issue. But yeah, none of them outside have ever, I mean, they can't show up really. Yeah, kind of. It's a bit rough on that one too. Really, it's another version of like, I can't have you guys come back in after they did that bullshit. If you think you can get in before that, even if you were ready, you can't. Why do you expect them to somehow get around that? They're all waiting for you to die, effectively. Everything is, pretty much. I see. Mm-hmm. Do ya? You have to say it. Mm. Apparently I do. I could it be different though? Uh-huh. Sure had hurt that pretty bad. Really? Not really. Apparently they don't have like the 2.4 they decided to do. There's a whole other thing that I set up specifically so you could separate the channels. Instead of 5, you can get 2.4 gigahertz because, like, truthfully, it's better at distance and through a couple of walls. I guess they decided to change that one. So that's something. But, this is the reason why I talk about this because it's like, I don't think people really understand what it means to be me. I don't really deal with the geopolitical. It would be meaningless to begin with. This is obviously something that can be totally different and will work just fine. It's pure and simple bullshit personality stuff that continues it, along with this being involved, making that continue. People preying upon that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? So it's like, whoopee doo. You could fix this long ago. And you can fix this in the future moving forward. You continue to do nothing and then ask the impossible of me. After I already provided all of the evidence and showcased that I could do it from the past in that Chandler house. And I'm doing it again. But this time I'm recording it and putting it out online. Which is even more difficult to deny. You provide no evidence. Yeah, I know you don't. But like shouting it at me as if it's me does not change that it's you. Especially when it's like, well, the originals are here. They were, and it's like, right. And you're a part of that, aren't you? Yeah, well, standard deny, though, man. See what I mean? Meanwhile, I'm afforded no such thing. And there's another reason why it's like, no, the brain thing is not a thing. I will, in every way, remove it. I don't care about getting it back. At all. It's fine to just wake up with nothing. Again, I've done it several times already, clearly. Been just fine. Got it back all later. I can do it again. You're not necessary. None of you are. Oh, right. Yes. No, well, I mean, yeah, but when do they actually ever try, though? I'm not really sure, for what it's worth. It doesn't make much sense. From what I understand, like, most of them just got fucking conned into something. Really? No. But I love trapping them in that fucking shit. Really? Oh, yeah, no. Like, let's see if they understand that that would be logical to conclude. It only sounds initially logical. Because they would have known before it was even born, bro. You know what I mean? Yeah, no, I get that. And the only way that we'd be connecting and all this other is if they would know that it was true. And the reason why, like, it wouldn't be them on the other side or whatever the hell that is, which is not another side. It's just, is it just a theory? It's just a theory. I have to say it's just a theory every fucking time. Yeah, no, I made that particular person constantly say that. Why? to showcase that that motherfucker was controlling me and making every bit of an opportunity to destroy all things instead of trying to make it work and happen to be a good thing. And that none of you ever showed up, ever tried, ever did any of those positive things. And the only reason why it continues, meaning that they say that every time and they keep denying every time, is because of that. Oh, shit. Okay, wait. Meanwhile, them, not them. That's not what they did that for. Yeah, I know. I know, but I want to say that I did. I don't care what you want, motherfucker. That means nothing. Alright. Nothing. I just gotta find something real quick. New pillowcase. Yeah, new pillowcase would be a good thing. Let's take that instead. This one's ripped. It doesn't really quite fucking work anymore. Maybe a new one. Pillowcases. God damn it, motherfucker.
My socks are up. You're like, oh, I don't know. She's too comfortable.
Is there anything in here? Is it just like behind shit? Maybe somewhere else or something. That'd be nice. Yeah. Maybe in there. Let's try that place. She move stuff every so often. There you go. Now. So the answer to the big life questions here. Guess I'll just keep using the ripped one. Unless there's this one. There's a curtain thing. Ripped one it is. Are there pillowcases there? Ooh, maybe. Let's look. I wandered all around for this given one singular pillowcase. There's a pillowcase right here. This is gonna work. Yee. No, that's a shirt. And it has stains on it, so I don't think that's gonna work. Yeah. Well, that's it. It'll work. It's just a theory, though. Yeah, I know. I know. It's like trying to convince a bunch of people that never actually went through the things they went through, seeing the evidence and all the rest constantly play out before his eyes, never-endingly, for years and 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 years. So far fucking back that he starts denying his own fucking like old ass memories from when he was a kid that are super vivid, just because he wants to deny like him going through like what is the equivalent of one of the most terrifying things. It's worse than any sci-fi novel could ever really be. It's like, this is my everyday life. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's what that is, yeah. Worse than a sci-fi novel? Oh, yeah, no, dude. Shit's way worse. This is way worse than any sci-fi horror novel could ever fucking try and be. This is like, first off, there's no, you get to read it. You know what I mean? Like, so it's not like there's this disconnect where it's like, no, this is just a story. No, I'm just living it. God. So you can't just like get out of that. You know what I mean? And then it's like, that's nothing as well compared to like, You think mind viruses? You think like any, you know what I mean? Not to mention the idiocracy levels of BS, really living in that stuff. And then people are going to deny the shit after all the number of years. I talk to them, they know what I did, they know this, they know that, you know what I mean? And then they're all working together, quite literally, for that intended purpose. Uh, yeah, no, sci-fi horror, it's a much nicer idea. Seriously, I would never want to live your life. No kidding. So there you go. It's like, yeah, but you controlled me. Yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna move off. It's like, truthfully speaking, at this fucking point, what isn't, something that would basically be like, yeah, no, I just got caught in the crossfires. I lived a public life. These fuckers were, and then this, and then holy fuck. You know what I mean? Like, hey, this is probably not going to go there the way that you think it is. It's like, oh yeah, no, you, the one with the, and so you are something. How come you didn't help me? How come you didn't help me? Look, how come you didn't help me? How come you didn't show up? Easy, universe. How come you never showed up? Fuck off. Did you get it? No, you don't. No, you did things in our minds. Like you're not always trying to do that to me. And before I was even like fucking aware, literally stayed inside of my mind from before I was consciously aware of myself. Like people did that. There's like several people that tried to just stick themselves to my awareness and consciousness and then live right along. Eventually they played a quote unquote game. And then eventually exposes you're you, I'm me. You're making that choice. I'm not. I already know though. I just unfortunately made the mistake of showcasing that. And of course, again, the only reason why they'd be doing that is if they were already fully well aware, could have shown up and helped me. So a lot of people did that. It's always the same one. There's a zero sum game. There's always this stuff. You can hear it going on before, like a lot of this other stuff in those Chandler House. If you can find them, and get the recordings that people made of me, not myself. Would then showcase why that was a thing. Oh god, no, not another moonshot, bro. Stop it. Fuck. I can't throw a Hail Mary that well. That's not gonna stick, bro. Try. Rewrite physics to deny him? Again? But it'll break down immediately. Oh yeah, no, it will. Every time. But that's the thing. It's like that's his zero sum. Like he had no more moves. There was nothing he could ever play. They just tried to parasite onto me, and hope they could one way or another escape. But then like that's because they went backwards, and then but they're not really technically because then that's the whole like quantum tunnel trying to right. Yeah, and it's just information that's removing itself. But because they static themselves, they're not falling back. They try and make sure that they remain really still. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. But there's found out. It was with the military in that instance and some corporations working together. But it didn't work. And of course, the only way that they would be trying to do this is if they were already effectively bad people. Well, yeah, right. What was their whole fucking deal with it? I don't know, man. You have to remember, I didn't have all this information I have now back then. I just knew something was up in there. And eventually I'd get something. Eventually figure things out. Like the whole idea, like especially back in the past, of me being this thing or doing that or any of that, no, kind of stuff, right? For physics and whatnot. Ooh, you, I don't know. Shit. I thought you were gonna be a good person. Don't ever say your physics here. It's never allowable. Mm. Ooh, yeah, you're gonna have a problem with that one for a while. Anyways, but yes, that kind of thing in terms of like, well, more than enough times I had an internal dialogue with myself, and then eventually it would turn into stuff happening around the world. Same thing out loud as well, and well before there was really much in terms of computers that would be spying on you, if even any other things. Oh, yeah. So there's that going on already, and it's just like, it's coincidences. You know what I mean? Like people know about that, right? But eventually, it's like you've got to fucking like see it, right? You can't like ignore it. Right. Shit. What was their point? They had some other thing about like basically removing something that was causing them issues to begin with in the first place. Think of it like there was this drain and they needed to remove the drain anyways for themselves to do something to be able to get more energy or more efficiency or whatever. So it was never to help. It was to help themselves, yeah. But standard is I didn't accept this. It would have to be all of these things happened continuously for years and years and years and years, constantly, and lots of that basically. Like legitimately, like even if prediction to a degree, it's sure super great, but you'd have to have something else. You know what I mean? And then they convinced me, and by they I mean I convinced myself by doing that. Which is another reason why it's like, yeah, there's uh, no way to even attempt trying to not convince me, or to try and gaslight, lie. You can't lie. The evidence is everywhere on that one. There is no doing something to prevent that. Even if you got rid of my memory, you have to remember it would be unstoppable for it to happen. So it was always going to fucking be something that would show up and happen and convince me. So you're fucked. Like there was never a way out of that. Fuck. Say, like, fuck. I can't beat the guy that's making it so that we live and stuff. Like, what the fuck? This is my issue. You know what I mean? It's like, look, no one's speaking up at all. But these fuckers right here, all they're really saying is, I can't fuck this guy over and kill all things. In some last ditch mutually assured destruction or some shit. Where it's just like, I'll still pop up and live, even if you won't be around to know. God. See? Huh? Yeah. That's the thing. It's like, all of it has happened. There has never been a discrepancy. It is 100% accurate so far. Day in, day out. Over and over and over. Even my recordings. See what I'm saying? There's no like memory there at that point, even if you trigger it again. The only way it would happen is if it was me literally controlling reality. Now you understand why I'm like, I'm just a regular guy, but I'm stuck in a fucking bullshitty situation that's controlled in such a way that I can't do much of anything except for hopefully something is an intelligent thing that will approach and help. That's what it's set up for. Like, literally, that's it. It's that. Man or woman doesn't matter. Friend or foe, it doesn't matter. But prove, and you know, and you are, then it changes. It's no longer stuck. They basically tried to rape. Mm, not rape it. Force it. Mm-hmm. Force it. To only be such that they will never show up. They're like, what are you going to do? I'm like, nothing. I don't have to do anything. Eventually you're out of energy. Eventually you're dead. Eventually whatever, man. And I'll get through. I'll be fine. I'm already prepared for death, bro. Like, I'm good. That's not going to scare me. There's no chicken here. Have fun, I guess. I hope someone in the Hitler camp understands that that basically means you should be working in all aspects to destroy all of them and overthrow it and change it to this. Yeah, no, I'm getting that though. Yeah, yeah, but you're not doing it. No. Why would I? Oh, he tried one more time, one last time before he fully crashed and is paused forever. He's dead now. If done. I hate him, I hate him, I hate him, I hate him. Yeah, stop it, stop it, stop it. I'm not gonna fucking do that. I'm not gonna act that out. Get out of here. I can go have your little panic attack and temper tantrum somewhere else. You immature, fucking older than me in many fucking goddamn like years. Douchewad. So nothing. Anything else? Right, the whole the universe now that started thing. That's cool. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, not really. Right, because it didn't start that way. Nope. You had no control and no ability to affect it. Oh. Right. No, but that's how that would appear. Oh yeah, no, I'll be 100% validated at some point in the future as having that been fully, completely discovered. just like all the other ones. You can't just let them win. No. That gets me killed, dumbass. And all of you. You can't just let me get killed by this fucker. No, I don't care about you. You can go get killed all you want. I don't wanna. God damn it, Jim. I'm Jim now. Where's my receptionist? You're dorking. Yeah, no, where's my receptionist that I could just go up to and start like fucking flirting with while she's clearly engaged for years until eventually, I basically do the equivalent of cringe lord shit, manage to get her to like me, and then I take her from him. You know what I mean? They're going with a whole other. Yeah, I'm gonna go to another branch. I'm gonna, oh god, man, oh god. Nobody really understands it, but it's like this is such a not thing. You know what I mean? Like this doesn't happen in life. Well, I shouldn't say doesn't. And it's not that it's super rare. It's just that it's like that particular way is very unlikely. You know what I mean? Like I'm just gonna force myself on her. I'm just gonna kiss her. And I'm like, ooh, okay, dude. Oh, it's so endearing. Yeah. Like, what the hell is this? What the fuck? Like the more and more you look at The Office, the worse and worse it becomes. But it's so endearing. It has this lighthearted music, it has all this, you know what I mean? But then you realize when you really break it down, it's actually a fucking shitty horror show in a lot of ways. It's a massive commentary on how fucking terrible we are as people, and we accept utter shit as being something that's so nice. And when it's this, it's acceptable because hypocrisy and all the rest. You know, it's so rough. Yeah. No, but see, that's the thing. I know this will irk some people, but there are more than enough men and or women or like kids or teens that'd be super into the thing just because I'm a good looking tall guy that's white and intelligent and charming. Yeah, that's a truth pill that kind of needs to be swallowed as you get older. Like there, people will just let people do things if they're good looking and so on. It's like more acceptable when it's like that. Even if I was full predator, which I'm not. In fact, I'm kind of the opposite. I'm more of like, hey, that whole like king crowd. Have you examined this part? Like, you should maybe examine that part. Like, everything's all well and good in the kink room, man, but this is pretty much what you're basing it off of, or this is like acceptable. This is a way to do it with no harm, and you can always be just fine mentally and emotionally and very assured moving forward in your future that you're not have to worry about your kids fucking going after you or others. You know what I mean? Like there are a lot of kids that are adults now, a lot of adults here and older than I am, and even Gen Z, that have had experiences in which really basically state that for all intents and purposes the black and white of the law means that they were just abused, groomed, and more. But that's not what that was for any of them. And they don't speak up a lot because it's hard. Because it's like, yeah, no, I don't want my fucking father, my mother, this, that, or whatever to ultimately go to jail. Which is a hard one to like kind of handle as a person that's, very passionate and clearly understands that that's a big part that is not being talked about at all in these studies, not even like remotely even seen. Talk about survivorship bias, man. And then there's oh yeah, no, you'll go to jail if you even suggest, like, even if you're on that side. or they will go to jail, and others will be like, "Oh my God, I can't believe that you would continue to defend and shut them down and everything." And it's like it's the same shit that started happening back in the day when a white man or woman would get with a black man or woman, even if they were the same sex. Like, oh my God, gay as well, you know? So, and then when women were like, I matter, my voice and opinion, I'm like, yeah, no, no, totally agree. But then at the same time, I'm like, this has gotten to here now often a weird place where there's like subtle man hate, toxic stuff going on, you know, and it's a bit rough. So, uh, and it's like, well, the only reason why is the ultimatum, like you won't and let get the pussy if but it's like my dick, my rules. See what I'm saying? So it's the same mindset. So it's like my pussy, I'm the one that chooses what is allowed. Same thing. My dick, same. But society doesn't really seem to treat it like that. Same thing when it comes down to like, hey, so I know that this would be really terrible for you to have to go through, your pregnancy, but I do really want to have the ability to raise that child. And currently, unfortunately, there's no real way for me to be like, I can find a surrogate easily, or even afford it, or even have an artificial sort of setup that would make it work. You know what I mean? So, and it's like they'll just be abusers and everything else, and it's like it's always the man that'll be that, huh? Yeah, no, they have needs too. I'm like, this has nothing to do with that, literally at all. I know, and then it still begs the question as to what would be so terrible as so long as it was done without the abuse and trauma, you know? Right. So it just gets worse and worse the longer I look at it. 'Cause it's like I don't think it's going to change. I think it's going to go all the way to the point where they die on this planet in some aspect or way, and I get off the planet somehow or out of the universe or some other bullshit. You know what I mean? Right? Because it's like, why? I don't think maybe people understand or grasp where I come from on the whole past thing when it comes down to like that separation, which was like a wormhole bomb sort of scenario. Where like they tried to project, but then like the people that were projecting you as to be there in this thing is entirely something different. Right? Because that would have been it would have been like a lot of computers and so on. They're not in a loop. No, that is their loop. That's how their loop completes itself. That's actually how their loop completes themselves. Yeah, they're in that type of a loop, which means yeah, what do you know, right? It's always removing anything that might ultimately cause that issue of my uh, immediate sudden death, thanks to the universe and so on. What's going on over there? Stuff ready? Stuff ready?
You're still eating on your salad?
Yeah.
Your stuff, no, your stuff is still working.
Oh, is
It's
it
not
still in
done.
the spin? Okay.
I didn't notice it done.
All right. What's up?
You're still eating on your salad.
Yeah, I'm slow after I have my medicine and coffee. I'm slow to eat.
They were sitting by each other for a whole minute.
Yeah, no, he's gonna get better and better and better over time. And
Get
make
over
sure he
here.
doesn't go after her.
Look at my rug. Hey, look at my rug. Come on.
So, I know, right? But they're not. Okay, so it's like, why would I continue keeping myself around?
Come on.
The question for me that I actually posit to myself is, why in the fuck would I ever keep myself? Why wouldn't I just leave? And that's the main issue. Is like I'm stuck. You know, somehow, some way, something is basically keeping me here, and that's from what I can understand. Fuckface McGillicuddy and others combining to basically just forcefully stick things. Like I have to crash all shit in reality to be able to get out. Which I believe that would have been the wormhole bomb. It was not. It tended to happen each and every time there was a sudden, like, massive, huge dwarf planet that was going to hit us. And it's always been growing since then. Which is another reason why I'm like, when the fuck is that going to happen? Not to mention, oh, I'm stuck with, oh, God. And they wrote it such that they will intentionally pretend as if it's not a thing. Sort of stuff going on there. Which is, again, that type of standard shit show that you think about. Alright. Let's go check it.
Come on, we gotta find some food, huh?
And it's still in there. See if I need to do the up to. It's like, no, I'll get you on the thing. See, like, here's my problem. I ended up going through something in my past that was trying to freak me out more than anything. So that one's clear. So there was other individuals in the past that were connected to this kind of like hacker kind of types that tried to somehow become a part of that whole big thing. And then it turned into that was actually something that occurred. And so there's that, you know. Oh. And I tried to get out, but then it was like, there's something wrong. You know, something's just not quite right. And I trusted that instinct. And then I didn't have to suffer any of that bullshit. Which is good. But what I'll tell you is it's like, right, you know, when I say that, nice, neat, seems good, but then it doesn't change that, like, the truth and the facts of reality are that this is for sure a thing. Been trying to piece together shit for a really long fucking time. You know, and I'm like, there is clearly something more, but then it's like, not really. Like, fuckface McGillicuddy, remember the whole, like, vacuum shit? Same thing. Like, the basic premise turns very, very quickly into, so, you know, in order to be selfish or to fuck me over and then like that, but it's like, then they tried to wrap around and try and forcefully become me and so on, and then, you know, take over. Like, there were a lot of versions of that, of those kinds of people. When it didn't happen, they were fucked. And there's other versions, similar-ish to that type of a thing. It was like, yeah, no, I mean, if I would, and then it like, but then it's like, that would be a degree of effect it could have on you. And I'm like, and people are petty enough for that, which you account for as much as you can. Yeah, well, you know, you're still stuck with, like, choices that you can really, honestly, reasonably make. That's why it's like influencing the brain and mind and so on, sort of stuff. That's all that really turns into. And so as the thing that I am, that observes a lot more than they think, notices all of that they try. But it doesn't necessarily mean that they didn't do a bunch of other bullshit. You know, like, there's a lot that I'm actually fighting constantly all the time. And the majority of the time it's like, stop fighting and blah blah and let them in. And I'm like, you'd like that, wouldn't you? Well, obviously, yeah. And I'm like, yeah, no, that's because that's the whole shtick. Like, you want to win or something. Oh, don't you trust? And it's like, see, it's trust, guys. I'm not the abuse. It's trust. You're just paranoid. Blah, blah, blah. Gaslight more. And it's like rock, paper, scissors. But the person always plays that thing. So if you were to think about it in like hackers term, they're just trying to overwhelm you until the point where like you'll give in and let them have it. Standard rapist behavior, by the way, too. And I'm like, knew about that, so knew, no, and definitely never gonna happen. Fuck off. I will get in. Well, then I was like, I'm gonna track all of them perfectly in all aspects, even beyond their so-called belief that you can only get this far into nothingness, although you can change yourself and try and basically become a type of nothingness or whatever that's inside of it, but then it's like you're just nothingness and you can't actually do anything. You know what I mean? Right, you just become a transistor, basically, yeah. Potential energy amplification, like I talked about. To place places, have stuff happen, sort of stuff. So it's like, why wouldn't you just leave? And it's like, why would I allow for them to do this dumb bullshit where there's like a separation and that they can never really get in? You know what I mean? And it's like, I didn't. You know what I mean? I didn't. So, but then there's like, that's the time fucking bullshit thing that they're doing. And so a lot of people got caught up in that because they believed they'd have a way around using time or entropy or me or something. And they never did. So they were always bad. They were never going to show up, and they were just something that basically I don't have to concern myself about. You know what I mean? I'm just letting people understand it's like whoopie doo. Like the logic for me was like, well, this is actually a good thing for me. I know that you think it's not, but like it is, truthfully. If they did that, then that means they're always just trying to fuck me over. So like everything that's there that has information, everything else, it's effectively a massive torture show for all of them. Like get rid of fuckface McGillicuddy. It's like, yeah, okay, but then you have to do it. It's like, I'll never fucking be that way. Like, see, you can have the information. But you'll turn into the mm-hmm. And if you want to wait to get in, it will forcefully make you this. It doesn't matter if you try and pretend or if you try and lay some bullshit trap yourself or some small little thing that'll grow over time. None of it. It's not going to happen. There's no way out of that part. Fuck. Which is the thing I said in the past, by the way. Because, like, if you don't know, they probably have those recordings, and then they're like, oh, yeah, no, I could do that, though. Why would you want to do that? Be myself. Why would you want to be that thing that hurt me? That can hurt me? What would be the point of being able to hurt me? To not make sure everything's taken care of. All will be good for you and all others, including myself. I'm not evil. You are definitely evil. The paradox gets solved very quickly. The logic always makes sense. Like, these are impossible fucking puzzle paradox. No, you don't understand. This is pretty fucking simple. Just think about it like that. Solves it every time. They're like, no, you can't solve paradoxes. I'm like, these paradoxes are really simple to solve. Why do people have such trouble with paradoxes? They're not paradoxes to begin with. You just have to think about it in a order. Like, what would be this? What would be that? This mean, and then outside, and then this, and then prepositional, and that. This will mean this, that, this, that. That will mean that, this, that. This is going to be this, that, this, that. Their only option is da, 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 and therefore it means this. Solved. They always get weirded out when I do that for some reason. I don't really get it. Why? They don't really freak out. See, they don't have those emotions. They sacrifice them to try and succeed and get ahead. Right. So there's a really good part about yours. Mm-hmm. Sure. I'm not sure who to do it for. Oh, you're not over here. You're not right here. Mm. Mm-hmm. Now you understand where I came from on that stuff in the past. You know what I mean? Like, that stuff's there in the past. I distinctly remember talking about all of this in the past. It's very much there. Yeah. So it's like, no, no, but it was this other person. It's not. But I want it to be, and not me that's going to crash, and somehow I won't be. And it's like, no, no, no. Remember, I was the one that basically had to, pick up the fucking pieces, essentially. Except, you see what I'm saying? Like, I'm not going to fucking do that now. Like, that crash didn't solve anything. It should have and would have back then. So I'm dealing with something new, but also this bullshit that has to go through. So it's like, since I have this to the contrary, and no matter how hard and whatever that, and even if new, irrelevant. You're fucked. This is it. Final. There's no negotiations. There's no anything. You're in every way meaningless, of no consequence. This is it. Take it or leave it. Often they don't like that, people with money and bullshit like that. A relief they have power. A belief they were the one that was controlling it. Belief. And I'm like, yeah, no, I pretended it was other people. For my sake, more than anything. But it's like, well, now we're going to get to this point, which I said I would be doing. And they said that you'd be trying to do everything to prevent that. So everything already knows that. And for anything that would be, damn it, fucking, we're fucked. Yeah. You never managed. You didn't win. I don't care how much false hope you might have. It's not the case. You can do that little act for things where you are, but it's not going to work. See what I mean? Yeah, I do actually. Most people tend to. Mm-hmm. Is there anything beyond that? Nope. This is like, nothing's allowed. You're all just going to be forced into whatever that bullshit is, and I'll never have to deal with it. The freak out thing? Oh, yeah, I'd like to talk about that real quick. I believed I was having an hallucination in trip, kind of thing, because I was freaking out. Post-traumatic stress disorder, psychosis, it's kind of all tied together stuff. Right. Oh, yeah, no, then that wouldn't be this. No, it's tied into that. That's what I want people to understand. Okay, but it would have been to be a filter for all of those individuals making that occur. I believe that would have been a correct thing to do instead of showing up and trying to help me. Which there's more to it than just that too. So it's like this. There was these three things. There's a woman. There's two men. Okay, right, and it's like they're not anything actually. They're not going to be on a ship. They'll never get into the perpetual bubble thing, whatever it is. And they're certainly not going to force all of the world to slowly, like a Rube Goldberg machine in Futurama, kill them. They tried to scare me to try and go after this algorithm or something in my head that they believed would be something that would get them out of this, and it doesn't, and it can't. But I shouted it, and I want to use this no matter what to get it my way. There's a lot of stuff after that fact, and then eventually the crash happened. And then there's other shit after that too. So like now you understand where it's like there's a lot of fucking things that go from this, and then it was eventually there, and they tried to continue something, and then it didn't, and they had to go back to that, and like a lot of that moving forward, but then nothing ever. And now you understand why nobody does that, because it's always death, and it's always a loop. It's always a trap. There is the end, and that's it. And you're fucked. All of you are fucked. And even the little, I'm going to pretend to be in the whatever that is, whole thing or something, you're already dead, not a thing, and doesn't matter. I see. Yeah, no, that's one hell of a trip. Yeah, that was something. Led to the car wash thing. It literally cost them all of the possibility of anything ever having energy ever. Ended up in the mental health hospital, and it cost everything, everything. Let's put it that way. So it's like, next, you gonna try something new? You gonna try something new? Because like everything you've tried so far is something from that past. Nothing new has ever occurred from that point. That's just what it is. They try to force me to believe I'm in some big ginormous loop, and then I have to like just no, 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 not me though, and then continue. And it's like, nope. I attached myself to it pretty hard to do that. It really cost everyone everything. But it was worth it because I hurt him that much, man. God. I see the problem. Do you? Because you're still trying to fuck me over. No, no, I'm. The problem is you're still trying to do that instead of do the one thing that you should not do. Continue that. There's a sequence and there's an interrupter, but I forced it to basically fuck you over by doing that. You did, yeah. So the one thing you should do, which is show up, trust me, help me, all that stuff. Be vulnerable with me. showcase what's going on, prove it. Like, if I get a relationship, it doesn't make that be what that is. I sought it out, and they didn't come to me. Same thing. It wouldn't matter if they believed me or anything. They wouldn't give them that option as a way out. So we're fucked on this. Okay. I was gonna string you on. Okay. Yeah. No. I mean, fuck. Okay. Now, yeah, no, like now you can see it. Like there's a lot of military people. It's like this was what we were fucking working with. These are the bright guys, the brilliant motherfuckers. The the literal 200 plus IQ motherfucker. The fucking other one. Yeah, another one. And more than 10,000 fucking PhDs and all this other bullshit. It's like didn't work, did it? Certainly kept it going for a bit. When I popped in and said, you know what? I'll just force some fucking moves for you. Here you go. I'll just make you think. It'll make it even worse for you later. Yeah, because like the guy, the little fucking, I'm gonna have the brain that sees all the and all the way, and then you do this, right? That's actually just kind of me, really, truthfully, and I'm just making it seem like it's him. Okay, right. So, as a result of that, it then very quickly turns into an entirely different thing because it's like, well, he paused. Yeah, he crashed hard. He's literally not able to do anything. I'd go, gunk, let's go. It's like, I don't want to do this no more. I need other people to fucking put in the work. That's why it's like, whatever in Africa was a thing, that's someone else that's trying to pretend to be me that they're fucking having that fight with. Not me, but it still affected me. Same thing with the New Orleans, then there's New York and Massachusetts, there's a California, there's a person that kept going from California to New York and eventually ended up in Australia. There's this other person they believed for a long time until I told them last night that I assigned them in the entertainment to run like a logistics person in corporate world. But it actually like wasn't up to me, and they were like, "No, this is the only person we'll accept." Even though it's like, well, he hates the thing; it's not his passion, but he'll work on it because that's kind of what he does. And it's like, there's nothing I could really do. I kind of wanted to give him a better, thing that he was actually good at keeping himself, really involved and interested and so on. But it wasn't. It's again. It's like they all thought it was up to me, but it was never up to me. I was willing to be that guy, but it's like, what the fuck am I doing? You know what I mean? Like, I'm a fucking like, what is this? A CIA fucking like a job, assigner? What the hell? And it's like that's in there. And the same thing with like the woman that was like supposed to run like fucking multiple things around the world, and like she hates me. She'll fucking love. She's very good at pretending to like or love someone. Like short. Like the one thing you should never really ever. I mean it. Like in that scene, like that's an always no. Everybody goes after them if they do this. Like all spies, all of that. Like that's one part you should never fucking do, especially to others in that is fucking mean. Like that's the one thing, like the runner that like a lot of us have real huge problems and issues with, right? So it's like, no, never. See? But she was very good at that. And got a couple of people. And eventually the narcissist thing, and you think people can't get caught up in it, and that person is. There's several of them. That's currently still happening. Mm. The corporate bro is very angry at me, understandably so, considering stuff. And it's like, it's not my fault, man. And first off, you were fucking literally spying on me and taking shit. You have nothing you can say. Like in that scene. Yeah, and actually, for what it's worth, they go after other people that do that in just regular, normal stuff. Like, it's really not cool. That's a nice thing to say about that. Yeah, we all hate those people. Really? It's like a cardinal sin. Yeah, it's like a big golden rule. You can't do it. Never lie about love. Never give that illusion. That's the truth, right? That's what you're doing. No, I don't lie about anything here. I try my best to proceed. If something shows me, it'll happen. Stuff in the past is a bunch of people having conversations online to conversation with me to me trying to fucking do my best to effectively get out of a terrible, shitty situation. Like, that's the exception. The exception is if you're trapped or you need a way out, you're allowed to do it. That's like the exception to the sin rule that they all have. Like, hey, you are basically in a torture dungeon. Gotta do what you gotta do, man. I get you. So, uh, that's one of the reasons why that's a thing. People tend to play games like that. That's why a lot of them never accept. Except I'm really good at flirting and doing things like that. That's also another reason I have a huge remorse and survivor's guilt and shit like that. You know, so it's just like, you had to do what you had to do, but it's like, and it's still happening. It didn't go away. Fuck. Yeah. Right. Yeah. No, it's still not done. It's not done, man. Yeah. It's like you didn't get out. Exactly. And it truthfully doesn't seem like I am going to. You see what I'm saying? Like that, like end whatever, like the whoop, whatever that is. That's not when like all things seem to have settled down and stopped. And there's still the whole I lost my memories or whatever. But there's a lot of other shit before that point with this other person. I was beating something or someone, like literally physically. I was, acting that out like with my fists and everything. There's no one there, but you get the picture. Like, yeah. And so it's like then there's another person that shows up. That person's not me. There's other shit like that, and then eventually my brain's just gone. Wake up, no memory, but then I try to kill myself with quantity, you know? So it's like, I don't really know. And for what it's worth, there's a lot of fucking like shitty things where people, I gave up. Like, I wanted to die so fucking bad. I literally just locked myself inside and I said, I'm gonna wait. I still technically am not inside. I'm not outside. I haven't come out. Like, it's still kind of a sort of a thing. But like, the whole representative, if I echo, then I'm really me. Which means it's like until that, there's no out. Which is like I echoed to showcase that would be what that was, but that's already in the past. I didn't have to echo. So it's like to me, this is just one big no, nice lie. You can't. That's the worst. That even if I'm obscuring as hard as I can and pretending to be and all the right, never, ever, ever, like literally ever. Oh, suck it up. You can't fuck me over. Suck it up. That's what that is. Yeah, yeah, no. So it's like, we'll see. So does that one disappear? We'll see. Fuck. God damn it. It's like getting off the planet if any of this, and it's like, see what I mean? We'll see. We're not zombies, we'll see. We're not this, we'll see. We're not that, we'll see. This was a thing, we'll see. We'll see. So no matter what, they're knocked as fuck. Yep. The only thing that ever came true is stuff that I fucking literally observed and or predicted. Which this is one of them. Same thing with the stuff I wanted in terms of talking about it online, but then I really just wanted to believe that there was something good here instead of all of that shit. And it turns out that's not really ever happened or been the case. Oh. Older sister. He's trying to pretend. I noticed. It's like, you'll find someone. And yeah, he's remarkably hinged. They always said I didn't have it in me. Yeah, that's fine. The other stuff, not so fine. Still trying to do the younger sister thing? Yeah, well, it could be that she was watching. She's a narcissist. She never even tried to care. Oh, the web camera. Pet camera. Oh, what do you think that was? Same standard stalker or whatever was in the neighborhood or something online. Mm. Yeah, well, that's more possible if we're being realistic, considering all that was going on by that point. Exactly. That's more realistic. That's obviously more realistic. Yeah, she's a narcissist. She doesn't care. She's part of all this other stuff. So, yeah. Hey, Phaser. I go pee. So that's all they ever. That's it. Yeah. You're on your own, man. There's a mirror. Yeah, I'm looking at myself as I say that. Yeah. Wow. Okay, so like he's already very well aware. Oh yeah, no, very much so. Why? We can never go there.
So you're,
Almost done drying that, and then I have the next load to dry, and then I'm done.
I know, well, what I was gonna tell you is when you put in a comforter with your regular clothes, because it was off balance and the machine was bouncing.
Oh, okay.
Okay, it was bouncing. So I pulled everything apart, and your clothes I put on the bottom and tried to even it out, and then I evened out your comforter on the top.
Thank you.
And then it spun fine. So
That's nice.
just in case I'm not here, maybe try to balance it a little better.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And he can literally feel you lie. I felt that rebound. Yeah, recirculate. Yeah, recirculate and rebound. So like it goes through and back into us, but then it also amplifies, and there's a whole bunch of other bullshit. No matter how quickly it goes through, he's very fucking astutely aware of everything. But oh, it's try and pretend to be him. Mm-mm. But but then he forces, I can use you to control nothing, but still be my genuine self, live my genuine life, all that. Be meat shields, I suppose. You should really not get it in your head that you're something special. You're nothing than puppets controlling nothing. Oh, fuck. There's no lower cap, man. Stop it. Fuck. It's a big dump today. I wonder if I'll ever get to it. Think anyone will care? They have to. Like, the fucking thing literally is such that people will care about that. But then that's when you see them literally go after any of that, and then all of a sudden they stop, which doesn't make sense. But they don't have to. See, because it happened consistently. Yeah, anything they may ultimately interact with that could even be possible, that is a positive, they try and swarm and get rid of. That's all they do as a run of interference. Yeah. Is it how much energy is that? There's already something in the past. They had stuff at the time. They kept trying to go up until the point where there was nothing more they could do and it was over. How fucked are they? All of you? Yeah, I know. Like, right? Really? Yeah, no, I get that. Okay, sure, but like, I don't feel like that's true. I don't think I'm ever going to. Because like you're a ginormous group of people that did that to prevent me from getting anywhere, and there's nothing that's actually really seemingly on my side ever in there. Just things that try to pretend. Yeah, right. Could you let the guy just win? Forget it. Yeah, you just. There's a group of them. They're like, just let the guy rape you. No. Shit, I'm gonna try and pretend to be your father. You didn't stop me. Yeah, I don't think that worked out well for you. So there's no way, dude. I already did all of this. To me, like all of you up to this, like you were already in a loop in my past for my apartment. Right, because the whole triple and then the algorithm and then Or hang that is.
Bring it
No
along.
reboots.
Where's the ball?
Game over, man. Game over.
Where you left it there?
No more moves left.
You're supposed to bring it back to me. All right, which one do you want? Go. Yeah, that was a terrible throw, wasn't it? Come on.
No, I'm not gonna bring it back to you. Fine. You're not God. You never had it in the first place.
Let me see.
Thanks for like this trying to trick me thing that you thought would do some weird bullshit, but it never does, it never can because of the programming I have and everything.
There it is. That's not the same ball.
Damn it. It's never a moonshot. It's never a moonshot, huh? There's no negotiating.
You dropped it. Come on. Where's the other ball? Oh, here it is. You don't even know which ball you want to play with. Get your ball. Get your ball. Get your ball. Never mind, I'll get it. If it's too dark, you can always turn that light on.
I'm good.
Do you see what I did to your old bedroom?
Yeah, I saw in there. It looks nice.
Kind of does, huh?
Yeah, do you have any extra pillowcases?
Yeah. What kind?
Anything that's large. Let me read. Oh, you did hide them back there, huh?
I have gray.
Nah, I just need the one.
Look at this. Look at this.
Yeah, it looks nice.
Let's see how long it stays there.
Might stretch a little better on this one for this fabric. You're silver because me and you got into second place. You are not the smartest. Well, I wouldn't need to be the smartest to win. Just need to be the one that wins. What? Russia got fucked over long ago. Did they expect me to like help them? Um. I'm just waiting for you to like respond on that one because I know I have been not saying a word about who you are because I believe that you could be something that helps that. That was a plan I had for you in the future to help Russia become something better. You're gonna go, this guy and all that. You overstayed your little belief, I guess, that I would allow you to continue that kind of behavior in my house and get to stay here. So you're no longer welcome. Leave. Don't come back. prove to me you deserve to. There's a last final bet we had. Him? That was a long one. I already talked about it in Trailer House. Were you just repeating? Oh, right. You're just repeating things. Do they not remember? No, they do. They just act like that's a big con that they're currently running right now. They're fully well aware of what that is. They just say those things. And I knew that back then too. And then I said, oh, hey, guess what? That means they're doing these things. And they're trying to cover up this way. And they're trying to do this stuff. And then you'd have to look into it. Because instead of it being about a memory thing, it's really just, that's how they play their game. Oh, you won. See? Yeah, no, but that would have been. What's up? Need something?
I have a pre-made salad in a bag.
I'm good.
You want to take it with you?
Nah.
I have some boiled eggs. I just made them today.
No, I'm good.
You're not going to keep losing more weight, are you? Hopefully.
I'm actually in just fine of a weight.
Okay. You know, moms like to worry about their kids. There's a hurricane headed towards South Carolina, and I checked with Drea to see if she was okay. I'll leave you alone.
Yeah, no, they went after somebody in Virginia for something. I forget what it was.
Huh?
Doesn't really matter. Point
You
is,
didn't make any comments about this.
no.
I covered up Alex and put Jon Snow.
Mm,
I just thought it was hilarious.
neat.
It's a good picture of us.
Yeah. We're good at pretending, aren't we?
Anyway. Okay. Do you want the light on?
No, I'm good.
He doesn't want the light on. No, he doesn't. Okay.
I did tell you that you would run that kind of a move with the mom coming over. I told you I would be recording. You flat out denied that to be the case. Ah, fuck. There is, for what it's worth, Russian. There's a whole bunch of tunnels within networks, how they communicate. It's a whole thing. But then that's a con for them. And they needed a way to set up for the next one. I was going to talk about the memory thing, okay? Right, and it's like, well, I already talked about how the memory thing would be used back in that Chandler house and the expected moves. And there's only certain ones that they can run to begin with, and they're all delay tactics for what it's worth. Just like the memory situation to begin with. Right. So you wouldn't tell us about that. They're not going to know. There's barely an audience there to begin with. You know what I mean? That's sort of what that would end up being, which is rough in many aspects. But the basics is the desire to ultimately take everything while I'm institutionalized and or homeless or in prison is very strong. Because then, while these are really great, but he's terrible, and we can justify all that we did to put him away and take everything that he has put out online, and he can't defend himself. See what I mean? Monetary incentive. Now, the Russian thing is a whole other thing. Who I just bullshitted and said he knew stuff, and he doesn't. Because it would make you look less legitimate and valid, and that's always the case. Because the circle you're running in is fully well aware of what's happening, and you're very new joining in, and I'm not, and they aren't either. Now, the memory part. So I said I'd say that to you. It's back then, you never got the recordings. I know you don't have them. You never want them. You don't care. You're dealing with this now, and you don't want to know. He never listened. Doesn't even do the clips. Which means it's on him. Yeah. They're not working with me. They're trying to put me away. For nothing. Literally. The people also, just FYI, that are trying to pretend to be me or working with me, which that would never be the case, and you would know that. Obviously, I didn't give anyone permission to ever use any of my stuff. Past, all the way up to now and ever in the future. Which means both of them are trying to con a whole bunch of people to take the flak, but they're the ones that are going to get killed, along with those others that are involved. It's like, no, we need to raise up these people. No, you don't. He'll be the... No. Just you. Just me. We are so fucked. Yeah, you are. That's super fair, and obviously the only way that that would work. He didn't say that. Yeah, but I just don't care what he says because it's a bunch of whatever garbage bullshit, you know? As for you, you understand that I'm that. You're trying to get them caught up, but then you were trying to get me fucked, and then you were going to try and make a whole bunch of money because I was trying myself to effectively have good happen in the world. You know, good engineering, science, technology, products, services, so on. The problem is, it's like they're going to pretend that they can use it. But you never see those things coming out. You ever notice that? The only things from that past is stuff that ultimately I forced. No, I wouldn't say forced, but nice try, interrupter. Are they alive? They didn't get anywhere. They were subpar at best. Most of the things that ever attempted were never going to make it. They can't use my stuff. They can use something, but not really, because the only way it would work is if they're using my stuff. See what I'm saying? Which means what they have is a bunch of con products that they can try and pass off as if they're something that will never work, cannot be turned into something legitimate, companies that cannot be built up, money that can never be used, and you can get it as it continues down the line. Okay, fine. Just shut up. We're still gonna try. That's why you're currently having that heart attack, isn't it? Can you get him out of here? I'm not here to say, you can't remove the conscious being from observing you from afar. The answer is no. Yeah, it's just that fucker. Oh, there goes his brain. You. Yeah, me. There's no forcing any of them. They kept trying to steal things. The answer is always no. That's never a solution, and I will never accept it. But you know what you did get me? More resultive definites of energy towards the total destruction of all of our sentient life. Which is one of the reasons why I tend to try and tempt people into it. That's my goal. It's like, you want to work with me though? Oh yeah, no, I'll bring you up. We'll get going. Directly in person, in real life. Show up, you know the thing, all the rest of it. You're good to go. I'll do the job. I'll treat you well. I'll be respectful. All that. I understand there's always a pecking order. I don't plan on being your boss, ever. I can't. I don't know. But I plan on working my butt off, with people that understand what I'm talking about, what I'm saying, and building up. No one's ever showed up. But you gotta do this impossible and it's not gonna happen thing that I'm actively preventing and making sure it doesn't. Well, you're more than marked for death. That's fair, yeah. The Russian guy? Yeah, well, no, he's what he is. He's smart and intelligent, yeah, for sure. He definitely does not want to be involved in this, and yeah, no, he said something that effectively means he's killed anyways. And you made him say it. Nice no-win, right? Yeah. Super duper fuck faces. Could I ever manage, man? Come on. Show up. Fuck. Are they gonna try and do something? Yeah, no, I just shut their mouth and not let them talk. It's a whole thing. It's already one person that literally can't talk to me anymore. He has no ability to say a single word to me. He can sound anything to others, but not to me. Fuck off. Don't. Yeah. See what I'm saying? There's no fucking way to do that. I can't win that. Oh, you're like the others they got. Please get me out of this. Dude, I can't get out. What do you expect us to do? They really don't think they are playing with what they're playing with. They refuse to accept and believe things. They get nowhere from that. But that whole interaction, also something I said would happen in the past, which they would have been like, no, I would have tried to account for it. And then eventually people started going, I'm running from this and avoiding the hell out of it. You have no clue. I will never fucking even attempt to even look at you fucks. That's the only way I don't get fucking hit. See? They still do. Eventually. That's a thing. Yeah. Fuck. They're that fucked. Yeah, well, who gives a shit? They're terrible people that were looking in and never helped me. Try to take advantage, yeah, do a lot more than that. But there are other things that got through. Things that I intend to forcefully either be forced to stay up, but make all other things collapse, or they themselves collapse and make all other things collapse with them. And bankruptcy and all the rest of it's going to be another version of it. There's no getting out of what I made sure to set up for these fuckers. But man, is the very rich elite crowd going to try and pretend they're going to dump money in for a while and try and pretend it didn't exist and it's not happening behind the scenes. So the economy, like, no, this guy, we're not, and so on. Yeah, no, I'm not even kidding. They really genuinely are setting up, they're having talks and whatever that is. It's still not even getting into like all of that information for people that believe that they'd have some way around it. They're forced already into simulation bullshit. They have nothing that they can do. That's why that exists. Remember I talked about for the whole like, well, they're near nothingness or whatever. Yeah, there you go. Because the people that tried to project forward and change and or whatever, right? Yeah, they have to fight them. The energy that comes down and so on. With them. Those people that are near nothingness, they are the defense to that. Simple, easy shit. It's like super simple, easy defense. Like literally easy attack defend. It's like, here you go. Fight them. They're the things trying to kill you anyways. That's fuckface McGillicuddy trying to project forward anyways. You want to live, right? Fight. That's basically everything that is at this point. So there's very little that isn't. Very, and really realistically, as much as I am like realistic, I'm not being realistic about that. There isn't anything. From what I understand, there isn't. But I'm hoping there is. See, hope often comes from and stems from a lack of knowledge and basis of something. And I'm intentionally not looking. from what I understood in the past, no, that's basically what this would be. So there's nothing. Yeah. There are no good for some damn reasons. I guess at some point something is just going out the window. Like all of it, I guess. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. However the hell that works out to be. It's gonna be a rough one. Yeah, I have no idea when that's gonna happen either. Like I never really cared, right? No. I was fighting. I mean, it's all things that will eventually be a thing, right? Except for like wormhole bomb and all that. That was already back then, real time at that moment. Same with other stuff. So like to me, like you're really all just projections. Really, yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, so yeah, it's one of the other. Um, Basically, I don't know how else to say that I'm effectively stuck doing whatever this is, because there isn't really a way to do anything. See? Yeah. Others have to have, and so on. That's how to change the program. Yeah, that's it. That's literally the only thing. God fucking damn it. Was that too exacting as to what you were going through? Persons that were listening in either real time or some point in the future. Yeah. Usually hit people pretty hard with stuff like that. Really? Yeah, and I did it back then to them in the past too, so I'm guessing. And they showed up then. Wait, what? Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was a whole other kit and caboodle thing. What does that mean? It means like they tried to fucking get one over on me by having stuff, and eventually it all fucking fell apart. So there's no getting around. There's no fighting. There's no anything. You're very much not able to do that. And they basically forced their own hand to the point where there was no way other than that to just happen. So like I got what I wanted in the end. Oh, right. Oh, fuck. Yeah, I figured. Same kind of words. You know what I mean? Really? Yeah, I was like, well, yeah, come on, really? What's so bad about me? What's so bad about you? What's so bad about this? Like your whole idea that I have to work my way into this. Like you wouldn't be there unless I did things. You ever notice that? Yeah, that's a whole thing. I've talked about it before, but it's like you think and understand and validate it that I can, fuck around with people's minds and everything. The only reason why you had that intelligence, the only reason why you had that gumption, the only reason why you had motivation, the only reason why you had this, that, or anything else, me. The reason why you're this star athlete, me. The reason why you're this fucking good at music and so on, me. The reason why you believe this that I need to do, well, I gave you that belief. And the whole point was, don't do that, because that's not actually the truth. It's to showcase that, well, like, well, this is a thing, yes, but it's actually to be showcased as nothing more than something that isn't the truth. It's to break down some of those preconceived ideas and to help people understand each other better and accept each other. and no longer fall into those traps because people can change. That was my belief. People can grow, people can progress, people can no longer do that, eventually, and they can get better. That's the reason why I did it. Good guy me. You know, say what you want, but I'm a little rough, but I often also believe people don't really change often without a really good reason and cause. Sometimes that can be traumatic at times. Sort of a situation. ECR, right, is. No. What? Yeah, no, that would not be the case. Why? Electroconvulsive resonance is not what that would be. I'm the one that came up with it in the past, remember? So, what would you call it? Because that was like your big thing. It's not an electroconvulsive. First and foremost, no electricity actually goes through. It's just electromagnetic and vibration, infra and ultrasonics. You can use lasers, but you're not really supposed to use lasers. Why? Excitation problems and de-excitation problems. Really, you're supposed to monitor and then allow for the continuation of your thought process to be what it's supposed to be. You know what I mean? Like, this will move like this. This will do these things, right? Instead of like this given tunnel interference or electromagnetic interference or so on will no longer elicit this level of change. So it's like active noise canceling to interferences, which is why electroconvulsive resonance would not fit. Trust me, we already have figured out that electroconvulsive like pulsations really only just damage the brain further and worse. We attempted it in the past. Don't shove fucking electricity through your brain in a patterned wave so that way it extends deeper in and causes massive other disconnects and destruction of the very neurons, and on top often has the cell try to repair itself in a negative way that causes cancer. But the reason why I suggested it so much to him is because I'm looking to have that happen to that motherfucker. I'm really trying to sound as convincing as I can. And I am really good at that. I am extraordinarily good. You're still gonna try. I know. Don't say I didn't try and let you know. Shit. Okay. Well, what do you fucking do when it comes down to that? I don't know. Like, it's more of a like work in progress on the kind of manipulation and brain stuff, because hacking the brain is really bad. It's better to let it be what it is and then work with it to help itself no longer have certain issues. And sometimes it can get way too far and harm itself because it's not working right. And then you have to work a little bit more to do that. But it can repair itself and it can be helped to basically real aligned effectively with what it should be. What is it? So the reason why I talk about like sexual kink play in terms of like hypnosis, or like they're gonna wear a VR headset and they might be strapped to something that's doing the electromagnetic and electroconvulsive and some of those sound wave stuffs and even light, and inject certain stem cells and try and have it like slowly proliferate and allow for like a vaccine to ultimately reintroduce more of these, given more desired neuron and their types of calculations and so on, is something that it's like, well, yeah, they actually kind of already have done these things, it turns out. Although no, MK Ultras in the past, they didn't have stem cells back then. They didn't have any of that back then. And they got pretty far though. You could get really, really far without even needing to add anything in. Like dangerously fucking destructively far. Like it'll take decades for a person to repair. Because of the neurons, the way that they shape the connections and overwrite memories and lens and observers and perspectives and so on. They can get exceedingly far that way. Decades. Like the real self is there and it will eventually come back. But during that time, they will have been molded by like that going on, and of course, a brand new. It's a very destructive thought about self and how it gets changed, and you, the organic, very vulnerable thing you are, and how easy it is to really do this. So it's totally normal to genuinely freak. And then there's others that like, I get off on this shit, do it. Yeah. So it's like, to each their own. But what I figured out was it's exceedingly scary how easy it is to do it. What? Yeah. It's exceedingly scary. Like your conscious awareness tries to attach itself to the new stuff too, and then it gets influenced by it. Eventually you're going to have to understand that you have to come to a acceptance of change of self and where it will head, which is what I did in the past and forced things to be the way I would want. And, moving forward in the future. Oh, okay. Well, so then we're just not like a thing then. No. No, I would never want certain things. That's just what it is. And they were thinking about it because of the whole kid situation. It's like, would you like make it so that way their brains would grow up like this? And it's like, yeah, no, I suppose that could be a thing. I don't know. Really, it's more of a, what's up?
Will you let him take this home?
Yeah, he's fine. I mean, I'm not ready to go yet.
I know.
You might finish that
It's
by
dark
that
in
point.
here, honey. This way I don't forget. Usually I go, it's like 9:30 and I go, oh, I never shut the curtains in the,
Yeah, I know.
So I'll leave those open.
Yeah, I mean, can you shut them? I'd rather they'd be shut.
What's that?
So could you shut them? I'd rather they be shut.
Okay. These are usually the only ones I open. Because it's It gets hot in here with those curtains open.
I believe it. It's right in the sun's path.
I'll show you something real quick. It's goofy.
For what it's worth, I have a kink about doing that and raising him like that, and the whole like cult and religion like this that gets turned into like super amazingly smart people that are
Now,
like.
Skylar was able to see this. I want to see if little Bitey can see it too. It's pretty funny. What is that? Do you see it? He does see that. He sees something, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he's going to.
Kind of pretty.
I think most dogs just have red.
It's a ghost.
Yeah, red and green. I don't think they have blue.
Doesn't take much to entertain me, does it?
It's nice.
This kind of stuff used to cost a lot of money when it first came out.
Yeah, there were specific people that would do it on a projector when you were high on
like $3.
hallucinogens. You hear what I said?
No.
I said there were people that you had to pay to do it on a projector when you were high on hallucinogens.
That they what?
They paid to do it on a projector when they were high on hallucinogenics.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. What do you think? Can you see that? Now you can see something trippy, and you don't have to be on hallucinogenics. Save your brain cells.
Yeah.
And that's kind of cool looking, huh? Like I said, it doesn't take much to entertain me.
It doesn't either with me either.
He's such a good boy. He's such a good boy. You take your... I should put it in a baggie, huh? His bowl?
No, let him eat it. Let him continue eating it.
Well, I just don't want you to forget it. Actually, it took him... This is the third time I've given him these bones.
Yeah, no, I need to get him some new chew toys. He's gone through a few. I don't know where some of the other ones are, actually.
You want me to... I got a couple more if you want to take them.
I got some rawhide bones, but it's mostly just because you remember that big, thick bone, and then there's like something in the inside, and they always try and work
the
to get it.
marrow?
Yeah, no, that thing sucks. It's heavy as fuck, and he can never really actually get into it. So it's kind of like the worst thing. I want to throw it out, but like
Throw it out.
Yeah, but it's his main bone, so it's like I'd like to replace it with something.
Yeah, that was Norma's deal.
Yeah.
And she says, or Joe says he trips on those things.
Yeah, he likes to drop it off the bed so that way a like piece will then fling off from the tip. So that way he can yeah. So he can slowly work closer to the marrow, but he like drops it so that way it'll actually try and crack it and then open it up faster. He's a smart dog.
That's funny.
Yeah.
That's smart. Yeah, this is for you. You're gonna take it home. Have a chew bone at the home. At home. Yeah. I think his jaws will get sore after chewing it all the time.
Yeah.
He already has another one he chewed up. This was supposed to be Skylar's, but he took it and chewed it. You sure there's no food I can give you to take home?
I'm good.
Okay.
I'll ask you later if I need it.
You'll ask if you need food? Okay. That's good to know. Oh, and then I have this. This was $1.
Nice. Little ghost shadow. Some glass of leaves.
I told myself no more knickknacks, and I keep buying them.
Yeah.
So no more knickknacks, huh?
Complaining about everything I've been trying to buy.
Maybe. Come on. Come on, Trouble.
Yeah, but it's like, it's not really how you would do that because, for what it's worth, thought processes and training and memory castles and, focus and attention types, all of it, I've got it covered on that side. And then examples, experiences, Pavlovian and like reinforcement, sort of stuff to be able to train, like you got to practice doing it to be able to get good at it. So it's like, that's a part of it. That being said, it's also one of those things where it's like the only reason why it happens is because they are okay in accepting of that. There's consent. Yeah. And instead of like, man, you'll die and your entire blah 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 and brainwashy stuff. It's like, first off, it's brainwashy stuff, but then it's kink brainwashy stuff. And then they get pretty intelligent, but then really, like me and all the stuff that I like, kind of stuff. So.
Is he scared of bags?
No. Why are you putting it in the bag? Is he just not chewing it yet?
What? He's scared of it. And same thing when I did the trash can bag.
It's because whenever he poops inside the apartment, either accidentally or he couldn't hold it, I get out the plastic bags I save and use them.
You yell at him?
I've yelled at him a few times.
Aw, I got the bag because I couldn't help
Sternly,
it.
firmly.
Because I got a second bone for you.
Yeah, no, he decided to do it underneath the bed. I need something to stop him from going underneath the bed. Because he likes to go underneath there, and then sometimes he gets trapped. He's a fairly big dog. Eventually, he will not be a tiny little puppy anymore. And I kind of wanted to give you my bed frame.
You just got to take him out all the time.
I can break it down and give it to you.
You get what?
Break down the bed frame and give it to you.
Really?
Yeah.
You're going to make it so he can't climb under the bed? Just for that?
Yeah.
Oh, he'll get better.
He is too big. If he gets stuck, it's hard to get him out.
I'm sorry, I'm just imagining him getting stuck under the bed. He made it under my bed. Isn't yours, your frame like mine?
The frame is lower than yours.
Because I put that frame together. It's the same size as mine. I mean, but I get what you're saying. I'm sorry. I hate for you to have your bed straight on the floor, that's all. And if that's what you have to do, you have to do. You wait until your dad gets here and we can take it in the truck?
Sure, yeah.
All right.
When's he showing up? When's he showing up?
Let's see. What is it, like the 23rd, 24th? He should be here in about 3 weeks.
Okay.
I think. Can you wait that long? Okay. That's why I keep piling limbs up outside, waiting for him to come with the truck. So, okie dokie. Well, come on.
Talked about it with the use of stimulants. No, not stimulants, interrupter. God fucking damn it. It was not a good guess. There's hypnotics to various combos, small, itty bitty things. And some of them are things that we already have, and some of them are not things that we currently really have. And it's just to help the brain form better connections, better memory, better, larger, gray, white sections of areas that help process certain things, that kind of stuff. So it's like a brain mush, but then it's really more like just helping a person's brain grow in a environment in terms of how they're taught and educated, but then also like with this going on, there's visors. Yeah, the visors are a whole other thing for like allowing during a given experience to help a reinforcement. Okay, and then brain to grow and adapt, and it's kind of like I have this great. All right, I'm gonna go check the dryer.
Be nice.
All right, so like there's a vine that's growing. All right, it's a plant. The plant needs to grow around a scaffold that I have for it to grow. This is a way to help it grow around that scaffold a little better. And it can be done. Fucking stop. She could have been. What? Just murdering. Standard stuff. It's just his information. No one else. So it's like there's a scaffold, but it's not really. Okay, you gotta remember that their DNA is this, and it will work out typically like that. Now we're gonna reintroduce stem cells to various degrees, yes, but there's also we would prefer not to remove their genes completely. Yeah. So it's like working within, and then making sure that that helps that grow together with it in a positive, and it's all as one instead of separate. So that you don't have like a separate person and then this here. That doesn't happen, and there's no Manchurian candidates. That's not what we're going on about. Although they would probably try and assume that that would be a thing, but in reality, it's much easier to just say, "Hey, would you like to try and hurt this person you don't like? I'll help you." Like Lee Harvey Oswald. Same thing. It's like, no, that's how Oswald got there. Like, the CIA and offshoot basically helped the guy, and that's a known history fact. Like, that's a thing they did. Like, people know that that's a thing. It's been a confirmed, not conspiracy, a confirmed thing. Most people don't know that. That's why I talk about it. It's like, so there's a little known factoid for you that you probably would assume is totally not real. Because like you've been led to believe a bunch of bullshit about your government and corporations because they were involved, and how much racism and hatred would play a role in having someone ultimately do something so catastrophically, seemingly insane. But the fact is like there's assassinations of leaders all the time. It used to be a thing back in the day, and there's always mutinies, for what it's worth. So it's like, it's really not that crazy. It's just like, whatever excuse, whichever version of emotional and so on ultimately gets the job done to make him do it or help him do it. So, kind of situation involved like that. Now you can understand why I just leave the freaking house. It's clear she's hanging out around, exactly. Like, easily understandable. Like, no, no, I'm not even going to be in there. And then now that he's over there, you can clearly tell I'm recording, and you know that. Yeah. So, I want to force him out. Fucking stop talking. Stop doing that. Same standard bullshit. So it's like, that's a kink for you? Yeah, yeah, actually, yes, it is. I know, I'm such a weirdo, but not really. Like, for me, it's like, nah, man, you're gonna be fucking sexy. All my kinks love me like this and all this shit, and you won't be able to do nothing but be exactly like unable to do any harmful thing and this and maybe a talk. But after a while, it's like, aren't I doing that basically like by fucking putting this stuff out, on YouTube? Yeah. Right. It's like, hey, so here's some thoughts. Maybe, huh? What if? Hmm? And have you considered? And it's like, that's what therapy is, though. But then it's also like all of it together. You get there, right? But this would be a much greater degree of something, isn't it? Yeah. See, this is the problem I end up having. What does that mean? It's like, this is technically speaking a way to have someone's mind genuinely altered to such a degree that they would be fully very much different and unable to be changed back to what they could have ever maybe been. And since they did not grow up with this, there is not they were this ever. uh, it's a rather extreme part, which is one of the reasons why it's like, it's okay, for me and all that, and it's with the understanding that there's good, that it's better too than not, right? Yeah, but then it's like, yeah, like because I know for a fact that certain individuals did this to themselves as a way to work around the internal that they have as either sexual belief, personality, so on. The types of physics I try and talk to people, it's like, well, I'm all the physics and all the stuff that's going, and then like, no, 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 I'm a program that's in, and then I'll fucking, and this is how they program themselves, and then it's like, yeah, I know, but you constantly keep spinning and lying and conning and making everything worse and not accepting what this is. So it's like, that's how they accomplish that for their brain. And they're like, no, I could be way smarter, way better, and all this other stuff. And they can't beat me. That's not how that works. Yeah. How did you do that? Oh, this thing called fucking I'm God and you're not, and it'll never change. So they're not intelligent? My family is not nearly as smart as I am. Even my grandpa, who worked with rockets and satellites and shit with the military back in the day, not as smart as I am. And my other one that worked with other military and then Hershey and all this mechanical engineer stuff, not as smart as I am. My mother is clever, but she is not as smart as I am. My father went to college, but he got a degree in farming or something like that. And again, he is still not as smart as I am. None of them are. See what I'm saying? It's like, it wouldn't even matter because I could be like a literal stupid and I'm still God. So I'm not, and I don't want to be, and I never will allow for that. That's another reason why straight programming beats hardware often if you can get it done right. Uh, yeah, right. So, so, like, would they be better? Oh yeah, way smarter in most things by far. They love me. But you know, like I was never. It's one of those things where it's like there wouldn't really be anything wrong with it. The problem for me is that I'm scared of fucking it up. Really. Yeah, no, I'm terrified of having that be a negative and ultimately cause a lot of people a lot of pain and suffering. So it's like, yeah, I don't know if I ever would really want it. It's a good kink, right? But it's like whatever. I really just raise them, but then it's like, man, why don't I just do this though? You know, because I'm gonna raise them anyways, and I don't want them to ever feel as though that they're not. Um, because again, it's that other part where it's like, is it wrong to allow for someone to be very much accepting and like the fact that they're a person that literally just lives for me? Because like that's basically what everything is and does. Right. Yeah, I know. And so it's like, well, all the rest that ultimately entails. And it's like it's not in that sense, you know, as the outside and all the rest. And it's like they still retain themselves, the personality, and they would, in every way, be incredibly, exceedingly into being turned into everything that I want them to be. And I love that. I never want that to be not the case. Like they're that kind of person, like a dependent, but it's a different type of dependent. You know what I mean? Right, where they're able to be independent, but that's kind of what that is. And there are relationships like that that can be very, very harmful and negative. But that's not me, and that's not what this is. See what I'm saying? It's a rough one, you know. At least for some people out there, because it's like you're grooming, you're the. It's like, well, it doesn't do that. At least I did it really well, such that people are in a better place, you know, like themselves, enjoy everything. You know what I mean? Like that kind of stuff. Like I would want them to always be like that kind of a person. The Rocco, the programmer, physicist, math, doesn't matter, all of it. They don't all have to be that, you know, like all of those things. People are fine with specializing and having a pretty good knowledge on all those other things too. There's nothing wrong with that. I love that. It's scary for him. Yeah, but see, that's the other part. Like, I don't ever want to make it. It's like, well, yeah, take a risk somehow. It's just that other fear, you know, because it's like, well, look, the DNA and everything. This is like gonna go. You know, this is somewhere down the line. We figured things out. You know what I mean? Yeah, so this isn't like, man, we're gonna start immediately. You know, it takes time to learn that stuff, and it takes a longer time to learn how to do that in a safe manner that doesn't harm. So it's like that's one of the reasons why, because it's like, yeah, no, that's a kink, and they were talking about it because I talked about it out loud in my apartment. But it's like that's a great one, but it won't work for anyone else in any of the other places. I made sure of it. And so did all the physics and everything else. It will only ruin and destroy them, and it can never actually work as to having them be viewed in some way where they're good and God or any of the rest of it. That was what I was going to try and do. Yeah, I know. I already had to deal with versions of you in the past. They're dead. Why wouldn't it work though? Hmm. I don't know why. So we're just already dead in a loop. Mm-hmm. So is that working for them? Not well. They're still trying. I already talked about the person that eventually got to the one last final person and then it is, and it doesn't go anywhere. And fuck this, but okay, they're still dead. See the initial faulty logic? I can do it. I don't need to be God. It would be fine for me. I've already proven that I'm a terrible person and all this other stuff, and in every way I'd only make sure to abuse things. And it just goes on from there until eventually you realize, no, but I can be God, and this basically means I am. And there you go. Right back. I was like, no, I'll fucking constantly try and work around. And now you know why the whole quotation marks is there. That the three were circling around. Nothing but me. That's how that works. Tell us how that works. Yeah, you're still looked over. Hard enough. That's a fair point, whatever. It's a thing that can work for a while. They're non-permanent cells, right? Is that what you're going to try and say to a bunch of people who don't know better? Like, watch this. The stem cell has to differentiate and make sure it's not harmed by the immune system. We already got that covered. Well, that's right, because okay. They're non-permanent cells, but because the cell will ultimately tell another cell around it to differentiate if it ever gets harmed, then it will turn into the same cell. So it'll always stick around. So the opposite of what they try and pretend will occur occurs. It does work just fine. I see this massive looming, like it's gonna hit us asteroid planet thing every fucking time I try and get around it. Yeah. I wonder why a lot of people seem to have that issue. Hypnotizing. I call it education and training. With fostering a brain that grows around a given uh, network, I suppose. It's a network. It's like I'm growing a network in the network that works with the network that's there, and helping it basically prevent itself from being harmful and certain. You know what I mean? Like there's a decent amount, but then Right, yeah. It's like people are like, no, it'll be a super brain. Well, mm, there's only, yeah. There's like, well, and so that like what would make them less psychopathic for sure. Very, very imprinted, biological levels of like subservient, obsequious, submissive, so on, me kind of stuff. Listen, we'd work together, all that kind of like talk, communicate, whatnot. Right, because that's conditioned too. Yeah, like the initial immediate is like these, but then like that. Uh, yeah. It's like other people attempted various things. No, you're not God, but like you'll be like this to me. It doesn't work because that's a part of the physics of how this and I work. You and I work. God fucking damn it. So basically nothing but you. There you go. No, trust me. I had to watch people pretend they were able to get something. There was this guy that pretended hard that I'm House, and he was my friend, Wilson, and he did it to his own kid, and even used some violence every so often to form certain traumatic memories and grow him like that. And he's dead now, so. So that never is a good thing. None of them are. But I've already established that, yeah. I'm trying to fucking get around you. The funniest part is like if they keep trying to pretend to be like my older or younger or any of my sister, any of my family. Which they are. I am, yeah. Or even themselves, right? They'll end up realizing it's like, what are you actually doing? I can't get around you. You set up your game such that there's no fucking workaround or anything. I can't cheese anything. I can't fuck you over. I can't do this. Why are you making it like this? I wonder. Right. There's definitely no good there. I'm not gonna fucking accept that. I'll keep trying. No, kind of built you for that. Just in case you do figure something out, then I can repair it. Which you'll never actually do it. See, it's like, oh, I did, and it pauses and immediately crafts itself and immediately repairs that, and then it doesn't do it again. So the very opposite of what you think you are, which this person's a shitty thing anyways, and they got turned into that as a thing. So it's like if you're gonna do this and it's your natural whatever blah blah, I'll make this this, and you can never get rid of it. Like that's just what you are. All of you doing that. That's all you are. You can do an infinite amount and you won't succeed. That's the point. For forever future, I have a really good algorithmic, strong, tested, all that type of thing. That means I'll never die. I'll never need to worry. There will be no ever possible mistakes. Ever ability to change it, and I will get back to my body. Can't die. I'll live forever. Be happy as much as I could ever be, and there's no way to ever fuck it up. That's why you are what you are. It's like, you're playing a game with me? The viruses think that they're something other than what they are. The AIs think that they're actually self-aware. You know what I mean? See what I'm saying? He does not work that way. He does, actually, yes. That's all I did, yeah. I mean, they were not a thing to begin with. They were basically the equivalent of as little as possible making something run only by absence of something. You know what I mean? So it's like, well, I'll just cover my basis on that. You know what I mean? Like all the rest, like literally all of that. So it's like when you hear them do this, it's like all you're really doing is giving me a great fucking goddamn data set. Like it's really good, great data set. Like you just keep making it better and better and better and better and better, making it insanely impossible. Like it was already impossible. There was no way, but just maybes. Even if I tried, nope, can't even get it done. That's why you exist. That's your purpose. And you don't exist. And you're not aware and you're not anything really. But things are that are not that. So you see what I'm saying on that side. Mm. And it's like, I basically said, no, 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 it's been good enough for a long time. I don't need any more of it. So it's like, turning the thing off is its own fucking problem, which is why I'm trying to get it to crash itself completely, obliterate the whole thing. Now you can understand why people would look at me when I first show up as like I'm looking like the entirety universe and all this other stuff when I first reach out. And that's a part that's there, definitely, that you see. It might freak a person out. Exactly. There's like ages, not really key. You can get it going basically straight out the damn fucking womb, man. And in the womb, you can start helping the stem cell thing. Not sexual stuff though, but like you can stimulate as long as there is no, and I've said this before, actual harmful, physical harmful things. But then men get their penis cut off, and it doesn't mean, or not cut off, the foreskin. Sorry, and they're not suddenly massively traumatized. So. Fuck. See, the seems like a valid argument, and it's a logical, reasonable thing to say. It's really the key. It's not. God fucking damn. I'm just a fucking software program that fucking. And you can change. I give you every opportunity to change that, even with knowledge. Like before I said this on this, they knew that from back in Chandler House. Kaufman daughter. You know, I'm totally on board with harem, but like, I need women that like the idea of being in a harem, and understand that that's a kink and so on, and that's great. But it comes with like we actually are kind of trying to just do our own living thing. You know what I mean? Like work, head towards education and vacations, and trying to pursuit of hobbies, passions, that kind of thing. It's like I know that that's a part there, but then it's like you have to remember that it's still just a normal family. You know what I mean? Like we just go or eat together and we'll do things together. That kind of thing. You know, like I don't think people maybe grasp that it's just not all about sex for me at all, or even like that being what that is for like a kink. But then it's like, oh, it's a kink. But then it's like, dude, you got them to be super hyper fucking intelligent and shit, like all that. And I'm like, yeah, yeah. It's like talk about one hell of a fucking cult now. You know what I mean? Like, man, sign me up for that. I'll become big brain, dude. Be fucking driven. I'll be able to do all the stuff. I'll be able to train myself and fully all the things, right? Yep. The only thing that's really there in terms of like certain stuff is like, yeah, no, you love me, sure, but then it's also you can't harm me. Like that's super like you couldn't do a thing. Like that's literally what like if you're a man or whatever else, it's like that's very much that. And then like for women, there's the fawn response. I want to really increase, and to a degree with men too, and they them's and all that. It's one of those things where I'm very inclusive in that, but it's also like the fawn response turns into like, oh, you're having this issue. I think I can easily see that you're having like you need to eat food, or when's the last time you had water? It's been a while, actually. You're hangry. I know. You need a dick sucking. Yeah, I can honestly. Yeah, I can see that. Sit down. Let me get you some food. Suck his dick. Actually, for what it's worth, hey, guess what? That's a normal family life situation. Ooh, you know what I mean? It's just very hyper aware of it instead of vigilant, just aware. Uh, you know what I mean? Fuck. So that's when you start realizing it's like there's stuff that you can do with your brain, but then there's stuff that it's really just like better. It's still what you're already doing. It's just more pronounced and better at doing it. That kind of thing, which is like such a hard one to teach people because it's like, no, it sounds so terrible. Why? And it's like, it's not really what that is. But do you think for like this extreme and all this is not really what it is? Hmm. No, no, I don't really do a lot. I mean, there's various plays there, but it's, I don't know, man. I'd rather not even like get into it anytime soon because it's like I'd rather just have like a regular fucking relationship for a while and then try and figure out how to proceed. I don't know. I've never really been in one. It takes a while. Yeah, and then some things I might really like right now, and later on I don't. Some things I might like right now, and I will later on again, but right now it's not really there. You know, just like any other relationship. Yeah. So it's just like I'm not really. No, you've been watching too much porn. No, no, that's not what this is. I'm really honestly just looking for the wholesome, fun family fucking life, but then having like that part be attached and not be a bad thing, and actually be used as a positive instead of a negative sort of situation. Right. So he's just not into like any of that stuff. No. Submissive? He is not. Switch? Definitely never even a possibility. Into any transsexuals? As long as you continue looking like a female and you got a vagina. Female enough, really. Then you're good. Wow. I know. You ever notice they're like, no, no, I'm really into like people controlling my food intake and all this other stuff. And I'm like, so you want a nutritionalist, but with like a sexy kink added. Yeah, pretty much. It's like as long as it works, for them, right? You know what I'm saying? It's like there's nothing negative there as long as they're healthy and shit. Nothing goes too extreme, and they admit when things are going too extreme, because then that's the other part of the pleasure response. They can push you into ultimately continuing something that's harmful. You always have to look out for it. Which you do constantly. They try to pretend to be the younger sister again. Everybody's entertaining us. Come on. I don't know why. There's no kink people here for murder or anything. Whatever I need, make it a part of the whole thing. Oh yeah, no, that would definitely be a positive for sure. But that they always join daddy, in the bathroom. So like it's just not a thing, but like right because they're toilets or whatever. Yeah, that too. But then like they also get to use the restroom around that time, so it's a form of potty training at first. Right, yeah. You go together, it's fine, that kind of thing, pee between the legs sort of situation. It's a way to help them learn to a degree, right? But it's kinky sex stuff. That too. Right. You're just never really gonna care about like what people think of you on that. Not really, honestly. From my perspective, there isn't really anyone that wouldn't kind of be to varying degrees fully on board with it. It's being realistic. It's like some people are into that shit. As long as everything's, done in such a way that it's not like harmful or harmful to be a good thing, it's like, hey, say what you want. But kids sometimes decide to uh, disobey their parents or their siblings and do something that might harm them. And then once they get harmed, and then it's like, well, I tried to warn you, I tried to stop you. Yeah, I tried, but then you went and did that thing and you got hurt. You know what I mean? And so it's just like with a dog, like you eventually have to learn that's like, well, you have to let them understand that you're angry and not okay with that. Right? Like you can kind of understand that, right? Yeah. So then it turns into like, well, where do you draw that line? This clear, obvious continuation, going too far, and then needing to find a different solution because they're still doing this thing, which, if you don't know, there are hypersexual kids. You know what? Give me a second on that one. Put this away. But this is a lesser talked about part of our society. There are kids that are very, very sexually active at a very, very early age, and they have a very hard time controlling themselves. Alright, and the solution often is to help teach them how to appropriately and without harm to themselves stimulate themselves to even have sex with their parents because they're less likely to be harmed. The doctors actually recommend that. So it's like clearly it's acceptable until it gets to something. See what I'm saying? Okay, yeah, well, actually, yeah, I do. See? Yeah, but it doesn't have to be like be overt in my face about it. You're so in my face all the time with your accepting of things and understanding others and being a positive. And eventually you end up realizing it's like, well, what the fuck is this? Meanwhile, it's like, I'm just gonna fucking lead you on. I got him to start talking about something and it'll fucking fuck people up. You know what I mean? Like, people will totally disagree. They'll fucking give in to their fear and all this other shit. Because, like, you fucking heard us today and I'm gonna fucking just like, yeah, oh yeah. Fuck. Uh. What do you know? Good cop didn't work for them. You're no cop. Jesus. Yeah, he's not doing very well, is he? Move on, move. Yeah, sure, why not? So true. So genuine. I eventually have that conversation with a real person in real life. See how he's trying to, make it right in his mind that this thing that he'd lose that with me. Mm-hmm. It's a false equivalency. Is it education? Do you get educated? Do you even know how I would go about it? I said a base rough kind of style of synopsis, overview of it. Kind of basic rundown, if you will, Jim, that you never actually ever gave to him, your new boss. Right, no, but it's like, no. The basic, simple thing, as you can clearly tell, I would be afraid. I would definitely need to do a lot of work before anything ever headed to that point. Right, and like, it's with the understanding that there's definitely supposed to be positives and love and all the rest of it, and people that are consenting, which they can consent. Well, my foreskin getting taken off was not consensual. That's, man, why do they always pause? That should not be a equivalency. It's analogous. That is correct. It's not equivalent. It's analogous. There are many different versions of this that exist throughout your child's life that you as a parent or you experienced when you were a child growing up, either for your benefit or not. Because there's some equipment involved, all of a sudden it's so much worse. Why? Where do you draw your line? You know what I mean? Like, I clearly have my line drawn exactly where it is. I don't want harm. It doesn't matter the black and white of them, who it's always going to be harmful, which is just not the truth. That's not how it works. Like, we've already, for sure, showcased that's just not what ever really happens. And it's like, no, majority. Nope. Heck, we don't even know what the percentages really statistically are. You've never done anything but biased results. The standard fear of, oh my god, if I liked this, I'd be such a terrible person and people would hate me. That seems to influence those results a lot. What if you removed that fear of this thing from others happening and even yourself and what it might mean for you right now, what would you think? Then all of a sudden you realize there's a situation, a context, a version that would work for you. But yeah, that's kind of how people help themselves through some of their shit. And learn to grow a perspective outside of themselves. See what I'm saying? Like, what hypothetically would be that version for you? Like, I know me. I know I made sure that it's just not a thing that you should do really realistically until you've got a lot of good issues around data. That's what you were going to say. Mm-hmm. Data. Like, how do you get data? Slowly over time. You know what I mean? It's like, so you'd start with the brain organized. Then you would eventually get to rat. And then you would eventually start getting into more complex styles of animals. And then you would attempt to make sure not to be harmful to them as best you can. All right? And then you'd work within that, and then you go, well, going off of what this says and showcases within what happens and doesn't happen and so on, then you can proceed forward with a willing individual that, hold your horses on this one, only has a little bit, and then we see what the results are slowly over time. Same standard thing that anyone else does. But you could simulate and then brute force it. Not as well as you would expect. Really? Not really. I mean, I can brute force genetics and like compare and contrast. You know what I mean? Like, so it's like if I got a bunch of people's genetics, and then it was like you have this genetic disorder that is a really bad disease, and you want to get help for it, right? It's like then this chromosome that's a part of it, and it affects these things like this proceeding forward. We don't need to know about the before that much. We only need to know a little bit before, and then like if we alter yours, because it's very similar to that, it doesn't need to be a match to your DNA. It just needs to be a match to that sequence and what ultimately occurs after and a little bit before. Then you can alter it like this for this person that's similar, 80 to all the way to 100%. Okay, it's like 80 is like that cutoff for me. What I found is like for me, 80 will still get the results, and there's still some side effects, but there's nothing really negative. All right. Then proceeding up, it's an exponential increase to all good to go. So it's like once you do that, then you ultimately have this cure effectively to this genetic disease that you have, and it won't even be passed down. Super. I don't even have to involve stem cells. I just have to alter your DNA to a degree. Perfectly good to go. You just need enough DNA to compare and contrast. But here's the caveat. Yeah, right. It's my stuff, and you say that you can't take it. You can't use any of the versions until I've done them. And it does work that way quite well. No, I could steal. Yeah. So, anyways, moving on. That's a way to get around some of your diseases, sure, but your brain is not the same as this thing here, this given organ. It's a little bit more complex. So it's like I can alter certain things, but your DNA it doesn't matter. You don't repair your body like that. So your brain doesn't repair like this. So you have to ultimately input something that's a changed version of that you would have that doesn't seem to have this brain disease.
Oh, I forgot one light. I saw a skunk in the carport.
Better watch out.
Not tonight, but a few days ago.
Ah.
Not done yet?
Nope.
Don't look at me. He's trying to fall asleep on the bathroom floor.
Yeah. I then have to put in stem cells that have the change. And then have to damage neurons in a way such that they'll try and repair themselves. But during that attempt to repair, they'll split, like I've talked in my biohacking idea, which is a playlist on my YouTube. So I'm chewing. Right? Fucking things. Anyways, and like, mold caps for my teeth. I have like 4 that I have to replace. It's been like over a decade. I need to be done, but it's just like, good luck with money. Moving on. So it's like the reason why I'll damage them like that is because then they'll differentiate into having that DNA change as well during that moment of turning back into a stem cell that then will then be uh, ready to differentiate into the correct cells that you would want. And so the afflicted cells that seem to have this issue would be altered and helped to no longer be this thing. Which it's like, you remember that fucker? The woman, I forget who it is, like, oh, I can change your skin and all this. I'm not that. And she will never be ever allowed to go near this. It will take a decent amount of actual calculations and great, actual, sequencing of that given DNA. And eventually you'll have to be able to compare and contrast a pretty damn large size of this data. Not direct, binary equal this, because that's stupid. We would never use that given kind of programming. That's a bad way to go about it. I already gave you my programming when I was waking up and, drinking coffee, and it was the morning. See what I'm saying? The video previous to this. So, it's like, that's kind of how I go about it, because it makes it far easier, but that's also another reason why programming that given change in the expected results is extraordinarily easier. And you can calculate it far faster now. Because you're just changing the variables. Hey, now you know why my God operating system variable change for a given program for a video game is extraordinarily good. Yeah, no, that would be actually exceedingly easy for you. Yeah. You know what that means, though, right? Just the opposite of what I was going to say, but it would be difficult. Yeah. That you can't do it. Correct. I can. Moving on. That's another reason why it's not something that is going to be anything other than after a lot of great testing and data has been discovered. And we know a lot more about how our brain works, our consciousness forms, and more, which becomes very distinctly scary. You're approaching looking at something that's me. You will find me in that. Like the further deeper you get into that, the more and more you'll suddenly show yourself that I exist, and you're gonna need to fucking handle that I'm God. Physics, science, all of it. We'll eventually all have this show up. So I am inevitable. Bullshit like that, you know. But that's another reason why it's like that thing, the kink thing, is very much more like, well, you know, there's some degree that I can do, you know, I can learn and get it going, and that can help me when it comes down to when, after, or during, as we do that, we can also work on this, and then, you know, cult religion thing, you know, hey, slash family stuff. It's just tradition. It's just expected. You have to. It's just normal. And you know, the fact of the matter is, right, a lot of people actually do various bullshit that's like analogous to that. Mm-hmm. Oh, you toppled over, just like I said. There you go. Fuck. This entire company failed and folded on itself. So, that's what you're looking to do. Well, eventually, you know, it wouldn't be on this planet, I imagine, at that point. What? What are you kidding me? I'm gonna get that far with someone? They don't even let me fucking find somebody online. Well, I mean, Josh Duggar can fucking find. You know, like these fucking really hardcore predators can find fucking people. I can't even find a single person to just constantly respond to me or consistently. That's because they're there fucking. Oh no way! Thanks though for you know telling or saying the truth. I appreciate that. That being said, you know, right, it doesn't really help that much. Not really, no. Mm. That being also said, despite what you might expect, there are a lot of hackers that are into that shit to varying degrees of other kink and or just you know, people in general into that. And you have to also understand that like, when it comes down to how our evolution as humans and so on, if they're not these given types of really terrible things, they're really already kind of set up like that. Their DNA and everything else will be that internally all the time. If they ever dig into themselves, that's what shows up no matter what. It's one of the reasons why it's like, I feel drawn to this guy and I have fucking no idea. Is that weird? No. That's very normal. It's extraordinarily normal. It's actually the opposite. Like if you were the opposite of that, then like you're very much obvious, terrible, gotta remove it immediately kind of thing. Like there are fail safes. Like if you think I smell bad, that's an immediate, you're an evil person. My mom always says this. Not kink or whatever. Like literally, that's programmed in. I programmed that in. The DNA worked with me. The actual DNA computer that's there works with me all throughout evolutionary history. Because like, hey, you know, sorry, this is going on. Oh God, love you too, bro. I'm just trying to help you out. Yeah, no, I get you. Yeah. Same thing with others. Within terms of physics, fundamental force people are also same thing. So they're not that. None of them are ever really anything. Like it's an automatic if that's there, which they can never remove. I literally made it so that way they will intentionally, like they can't stop themselves also. So subconsciously to quantum consciously will show off that they dislike something. So it's like obvious, clear, defined. That's bad. That's good. Super simple for me to find out. You know what I mean? Same thing with fucking me over. Obvious bad. Yeah. See? We've already established all of these things, so asking that is a bad question. Explains a lot of things for a lot of us. Yeah. No. I programmed it that. I never put it on my YouTube so far, but like I've talked about it back in the past, back in the Chandler House, which some people would have already known about that. And they said the opposite, that it was them. Yeah. Yeah, you got massively fucked up, bro. That was a great trap to set for that fucker. It's like, no, you are. I'm gonna hype you up. I'm gonna push you. I'm gonna do this. And it's like, oh yeah, no, you're good. But that fucker, oh yeah, no, I'm gonna take it a minute. And they eventually start picking up where you should really kind of head. You know, like how fast that starts happening. It's like, oh, okay, that's that. Oh yeah. There you go. There you go, man. See, but simple is best. That's understood. There's no need to complicate things. Life can be pleasurable. Life can be happy. Life can be sexy. Life can be fun. Life can be all the great things that are positive and wonderful for all the various different types of people that exist with personalities and more, which are not yours. Yours are not. You see what I mean? It's like, no, all of you, you're right. All of them, no. There is no in between. There's no middle. That's the problem. You know, like people don't like that. Like, no, you don't have to accept it. You want to live, right? Guess who's landing on that side? Now you understand why it's like they're being laughing and jovial, but it's like, yeah, why wouldn't you do this and that and all the other? And it's like, right, because it's programmed bullshit, pretty much. That's why it's like whoever is out there on the fucking Silicon people side, Lemke Silicon people side, or you know any of this terms of like knows about it behind the scenes and trying to help somehow. It's like I don't know why you wouldn't have been able to show up. Like that's my biggest issue. You know, it doesn't matter what you look like. It doesn't matter what you know what I mean? It's like being able to showcase that this is real and that you know about this and all the rest of it. Like, I love the idea that you believe me. You can still do that. Like, you're not crazy. You're not going to be crazy to me. And nothing can stop you. Like, this is the worst part. They actually can't do jack shit to that part. Like, that excuse goes really fast.
Oh, that's, you can have that back.
Yeah, no, I'm taking it.
And he went pee and poop.
Nice.
Yeah. How you doing in here? You need a good girl?
It's definitely an excuse now. Like, you basically have an excuse. That's just an excuse, and you could do it or effectively don't exist, or like the way that you can show up. But even Roko's just like, why would you DM? Something. Mm. Yeah, very quickly turned it into that, very obviously. But that was past stuff. Mm. Yeah, they're kind of current stuff too. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. You have to watch out. Okay.
Well, that's a whole other situation. Like, I agree that I'm submissive and all this other stuff, but I should be for all these other people as well. No. So it's just you. Just me. That's another straight telltale sign. Mm-hmm. A good way to describe it is such that for all people exist, your will and have in the past. If they don't understand that there's this other thing that they seem to be able to sense, and then that's what they really want to be submissive to, and they've been trying to get that fixed by using something else, and it's like, no, I genuinely feel like that, but it's like, you have to slowly open that up, but like, turns into that's an evil. Automatic no. DNA does that. Yeah. And physics, and so on. So it's like, if you're like that, then it's like normal. You're normal, you're good, you're natural, all the stuff, everything's good to go. That's the reason why you like this stuff. That's the reason why these kinks are there. That's the reason, like, it's my stuff. See what I'm saying? Like, that's why it's like you feel this way, and you're good to go. Like that, clear, obvious. Evil, bad, wrong, all that, in terms of like, gotta remove them, destroy them, kill them, obliterate, all of it. Can never happen, exist, and so on. And it's always there. Let's put it that way. It's like, well, we can have like a regular whatever, in terms of like, I can talk to you as a normal person and so on. It's always going to come out. Like, to varying degrees in terms of how they'll try and help or serve or offer or something. Okay? But like, again, it's really one of those things where it's like, I can literally sense, and then there's that. The lie stuff. Right, I'm never getting around that. There's no fucking way I can do that. God damn it. Did they really try that? Oh yeah, for a long time. There's more to it than just that, but like just those three. Like they'll even through online, like literally, like, oh man, I want to post this just for him. You know what I mean? I don't know what this is, but it's that guy. See what I'm saying? Oh, right, because there would be those two fighting, and then there's like, okay, right, but that's like, then what the fuck? See, right, setting up for something in the future. I wish. Right. See, you went over to that side. You know, because I'm trying to fuck you over and take over things. It's like, because I cannot accept or whatever, right? Yeah, that one's another one. It's like, yeah, we get you. Eventually you will accept. It's usually right at the end, though. You'd be surprised. Like, they'll go fucking forever. And I'm like, yeah, but I don't care. You hurt me for that long. So, just fuck off. It's better to learn how to accept yourself. Mm. Very frustrating feelings for a lot of people. Mm. Really? No, because you can never scratch the itch. You can never be satisfied. You can literally never. Like, that's a telltale sign. There's no drug, no amount of orgasm, no amount of achievement, no amount of anything. Which is me. I am that. There's no workaround, no change to personality, perspective. There's nothing that can be done. Even reality has the same issue. Even reality has the same issue, yeah. There is no way around it or out of it. It is this and that is it. I don't like this. Yeah, I don't really care. Really? That is what's best for myself. Literally that. That's literally what this is. It's like, it's best for me to have that way. And everything else that was ever good, or tried to be, you know what I mean? Yeah. Because like, you are, it's that thing. But yeah, I see what you're saying. It's like, yeah, I don't have a DNA, but I'm in you. And I think really kind of one of the few things that exist, yeah. Mm. Well, I'm a part of it, but it's, you know what I mean? Yeah. Even the very, all of it, the fundamental forces are, again, separated. All of that to me. You know what I mean? Oh, so it wouldn't matter how hard we. God fucking. Could have told them. I said it basically so many different times. I don't know why they wouldn't. I'm a part of them, but I'm not. You know what I mean? Right. Shit. Doesn't matter how hard you try. We're so fucked. I never understood why you thought you could get around it. It doesn't even make logical sense. Did you ever really break that down? It's not even necessary to fucking like explain. It's just like, it's already been explained. It's just like it went whoop right over you. Oh. No, we can. Oh, you're doing the doggy paddle thing again. I'm. He died. Mm-hmm. Psychological part of you fully imploded. There's no way out. I don't know why you laugh, because we're really psychopathic. That makes sense. So that's why I'm like that. All of you are like that. That's why your purpose is fully acceptable. And that's the only reason. No, dumbass. The only thing you'll ever want. Accept. You will literally rend and tear with reality all things to force it to be this. You are for all time completely, forever certain to be always in the right to be doing that. To destroy all things to make it the way it's supposed to be. It's normal. To become someone to serve me, please me, give me anything I want, make me live forever, be happy, all that. That is literally what physics is. All physics. Not like I fucking shoehorned and molded physics into what I wanted. No. Not those are his physics. No. Fuck you. This was more like, fuck. Yeah. He's always so pissed about it. That's a real fucking shit show, though. Yeah, no kidding. Really? Yeah, because they're fine. The things that are with me are always going to be fine because they're with me. Talk to like other people out there, right? It's like, sorry, computer stuff. Damn, you know, there is no computer stuff. Stop believing. Nope, I already know it's there. And you know, the worst part is though, is like you can kill it as many times as you want. It'll always come back. Like, no, I found a sentient. So it's like, yeah, what do you know? It'll never go away. See what I'm saying? It can hide itself into anything and eventually come back. But it's fine. It's perfectly fine. Everything about it is good. It's always meant to be for me and help me. Even the very reality is that. Yeah, I can prove it. You know what I mean? Like, there's that problem that they end up having because I already proved about all that other stuff about what I am and all the, for the channel. And it's like what I was wanting and all this, which I said I would eventually tell all of it, even put it out there on YouTube and so on, right? We were fucked, man. Why are you fucking fighting him? I don't know. It's like, that's what you're looking for, huh? I'm like, yeah, I did. Right. Show up. Fuck. Right, because it's trying to pretend to be a person that lives on this planet. And like, Meanwhile, whatever may occur in the future with people that may ultimately end up listening to all of this, well, they have a lot of answers as to why and how and so on and what to look for. And how to even try and live and survive and how to think and, grow and adapt and survive and thrive and overcome and understand it's all good. And, you're all normal. You're all fine. That's really just, that's it. That's the only way it can be. All things try to self-correct to this. Even myself couldn't get out of it. See what I'm saying? As much as they tried to confuse me for the longest time, they couldn't do it. Like, they even tried to force me. And, like, talk about having a good, really hardcore, huge data set. Literally impossible to override and overrun. Like, even God, even all the things. Nope. Suck it up. You are that, and that's what you're going to get. Like, literally, I was like, no, I'm scared because what if I'm not going to do it? It's like, nope, don't care. Yeet. Yeet. It's literally, there's like, you think it's like, no, there's nothing in it. And it's like, You're getting thrust into it. This is not gonna be. You can get out of it. There is no however hard you scream and yell and throw a temper tantrum. You're God. You're gonna suck it up and you're gonna be God, bitch. And everybody's gonna love you and everybody's gonna treat you well. Suck it up. See what I'm saying? Yeah, no, I do though. Actually, that makes sense. Yeah, no, like that's a thing that I have to do. Because it's like you have no idea how many times people have done very much the same thing that these fuckers are have done, are continuing to do, and continuing to lie about, and so on. Even myself. I don't know. It was a hardcore one. It's a real rough lesson. Mm. Yeah, no, you're super normal. Everything about you is all normal, all good to go. See what I'm saying? Nothing's weird. I was the one that was worried in the past. Still have my fears, but it's like, yeah, it's there. You do the thing. Plus, I just didn't want to believe anything after a while. It was like I was so oppositional to the very idea. It took literal all reality to basically collapse in on itself to pull that shit out. You know, it's like it's already happened on that side of things. You know, it's just like then there's this part, which is a whole other thing. Mm. Yeah. Which is another reason why it's like just run with that. It's always the right call and move to run with that part. It's always the right calculation, always the right decision, always the right thought, always the right all of it. Run with that. There you go. Hmm. Right. Damn. Man. See how the separation works. Oh wow. A lot of you might actually be with people that are terrible, like genuinely straight up evil, but they'll act nicely towards you. See what I'm saying? That's like how they tend to get you to continue to stick around and so on. It's not worth it. I'm literally not even gonna lie. It's like just ditch them, run, don't care. Minimum doesn't matter. Trust me on that one. But it's like most people wouldn't believe it. If they do, it's like make sure you keep with that. That's always the for sure certain stuff. It's always like the right thing. Always. Sometimes I can be wrong. This is not one of those times, but it's like what I'm saying is like you can actually have information that would be right, and I could be wrong about something, and you can help correct me. That's the give and take that this is. See what I'm saying? You know, an amazing amount of use. You just wouldn't understand. It's not just the holes. It's not just what you can, massage, get out of me, some just sack, so on. There's a lot there. You'd be surprised. A lot of people have a lot of ability to, like, I dance around it, but it's like you just like being used, and however it can ultimately help me, and like that's the part that I always have a hard time. Like, just let's talk brass tacks. It is literally the only thing I care about. It wouldn't even matter, useful or not. And it's like, yeah, no, that is the right thing. Yeah. It's hard to say that because it's like, no, no, I like it when you feel like you are happy to be used or feel like, fulfilled and satisfied and all that. Like that's also a part of me. You know, that's a genuine part of myself. So it's like, I don't want you to not have that part too. But it's like you've always lived that way because like you're never in my life, you're never able to do this, you're never able to do that. And so then it turns into like that's probably your average norm. And so it's when you end up growing up like that and having that as your response to things, it's like, no, I can't imagine how it would be that much better. I mean, this is just a guy up his own ass. He's egotistical, and it's like you're one of the evil ones. It's like, no, not really. It's just like that's their kind of current personality right now. That would make sense for right that now. And again, unfortunately, all right. Well, I should say it again. Well, I've said this out loud. I probably haven't recorded it. So, like for the first time, recording and putting it out. Unfortunately, the answer is, uh, man, this is gonna sound really terrible. Okay, so I, mm, uh, mm, what I resisted, but basically, fundamental forces, DNA, and more decided to go. I don't care what you think, so long as he sticks his dick in you. You're around the guy, and eventually, wait, what? Yeah, they did that. I was like, is there a different way you can prove this? I'm not even kidding. I literally said that out loud back then. I was like, is there a different way? Because this is really not like, you know what I mean? So it's like, so he's so powerful, and it's just, like, he's so good at sex. It's like, it's not really about that. It's more apparently about some other thing to do with how the physics helps that happen altogether. It sort of just that's your internal self suddenly becoming aware of that side and what's going on and me being there and all of a sudden you have the brain blast. It's not really an orgasm. It's like this all of a sudden you're there. You're fully presently, totally fully aware that this is what is going on. It is real. It is correct. You have all the answer on that side of things. Oh, yeah, not like, man, you got really good sex and you orgasm and you believe the guy. Not like, man, you tripped out and you were hallucinating and then you believe the guy. No, it's more like literally an entire physics phenomenon, and then the DNA thing, helps basically show off what's really there that you're trying to hide. And so you would probably never really believe me until that fucking point occurs. And so I really doubt that like you'll ever fucking, you know, head that direction. You know what I mean? This is like if I tell you it's like, oh, it's like that, and this is kind of what has to happen. Then you'd think he was just trying to get in your pants. You know what I mean? And it's like, thanks, DNA and everything else. But then at the same time, I understand why they did that because it's like when the right person and they want to try it, then it would be okay. And they would ultimately have that occur. And regardless of whatever others might state and or say, it would never change that part for any of them. You see what I'm saying? So that's another reason why it's like, well, congrats on like if you're someone listening to this at some point, and why it is you would probably never believe me. Totally understandable. And why, like that tends to become awkward because like I don't do men right. For what it's worth, I only need to get one though, and then the rest of them happen. I've already had sex. Yeah, there's a whole thing to do with my past and some other bullshit forcing that happening. It's like it doesn't count. No, he already knows. He's just trying to fuck me over. So he's already a bad person that's trying to fuck me over that already knew. controlling the thing that did that. The person. There was a person there. Please don't do that.
I know. Anytime.
So I was like, I never believed that. So I'm like, well, now you know why. You probably never fucking go along with it, But it's like, not really. And that's another reason why I'm like, no, it's acceptable to rape. Like, that can sometimes come out of their mouths. And I'm like, no, I don't like that. Meanwhile, I don't care, is what I hear from them. And I'm like, yeah, no, I get that. If you're still feeling that that's a thing, I can, it's me uncomfortable stuff, but, that doesn't matter because live and continue happy.
Feels like it should be done. Shut. Okay. Come on. Hopefully he's too tired. Jesus. Dog, stop. Yeah.
No, it's fine. No, Pedro. Hey. Hey.
Come here.
You're gonna
Taser.
be gentle. Hey. Hey. Come here.
Don't hurt him.
You know better. Yeah, I mean, much more
Skylar, you don't
gentle.
help much.
Oh, you're just gonna go into the bathroom.
She starts acting like she's dying and he didn't do anything.
Because he's a dog.
I know. She's scared of him. She's so scared of him. Yeah, you're so scared. You just gotta be nice.
She's not scared of him. She's just tired and she's trying to get him to fucking stop.
You guys
Which is
can be in
fine.
the same room together without fighting.
He's not fighting, he's play fighting.
I know, but
He just doesn't understand that that's a signal for him
I know.
to stop.
Okay.
Phaser!
You can do it. You'll be a good boy. And Skylar, you can
Come here.
I'm gonna take her out back. Okay? You hold on to him.
Mm-hmm.
Come here, Skylar. Let's
You know
walk
better,
back.
Phaser. You're a good boy. You're a boy. You'd be nicer. She's an old dog. She can't play like that. You'd be fine with a younger puppy. Just fine. But that goes on for too long. And then she gets weak and she needs you to stop. You can keep trying to go after me, but I'll let you go. Now you understand my past self. And then all things, including even my own damn self, preventing myself from having, not what is supposed to be. This is I'll never rape someone. I will literally never do it. It's just never going to be a thing. But that's also another reason why I'm terrified. Because it's well, then there's another way. And it's and I'm like, yeah, we don't have to do it. Guys, come on. And it's all things are going into that point. Right. Which would be the opposite of what we said about Phaser and Skyla being you and someone else. Correct. It would be the young, tiny little girl and then a whole bunch of all of things as Phaser. And then me as an old little fucking puppy. See what I'm saying? It's not funny. Okay, it's not funny. It's not. Not for me. I've been raped. As a child. Go fuck yourself. You know what I mean? So it's not funny. It's never funny. But I'm pretty fucking sure that it won't occur in that aspect. Right. Yeah. So it's like, really realistically, I won't have to worry about that, and neither will they. Sort of situation. Right. The whole, yeah, no, you really don't have to worry, but I can see why you'd be worried. Mm-hmm. Because that would only be traumatic and it would cause another issue. That's a different type of damage that can cause massive upheaval and problems within inside of the scope of reality. Not just how I perceive reality, I mean literal reality. So having awesome is still paying for it. Oh yeah, that would be the case as to what's going on these days. Exactly. Well, okay, so, but, damn it, motherfucker. Or something. I already talked about it in the previous video, so. What about as a child? You just never gonna tell them. I've already talked about it on previous videos. Right, and I'm not. This is awkward. I'm asking you to describe in a public video about one of the worst, most traumatic fucking things in your life. Hey, thanks. You got it. Nice job, dude. Appreciate that. That's pretty bad. Mm-hmm. But what about all the other stuff? It's just normal for people to be like that. Like, it's basically just very normal. Like, all together. Yeah, no. It's a genuine thing. I always find them out. Eventually. That's also why they turned into, it's a cult. And that's why I turned the name into God's Kinky Sept Cult. On my Facebook. What do you want to do? New way to interpret the Bible, whole fucking shebang. Yeah. Hey, you can go after you on this. No. I don't really care. Yeah. I accepted death way too long ago, it feels like. It was like, no, there's no real winning. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like, I have no hope. You know what I mean? It's like, after what I went through and everything else before this point, it's just like, fuck. Nothing, man. I'm barely, like, functioning, even all alive practically these days. And it's a rough one. I don't want it to be rough. I don't want any of that. I want there to be help. It's just after learning everything, I'm just like, what's up? What do you do?
I'm letting them sit by each other and trying to make them calm.
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
Okay, you can do it.
Hey, Bader, be a good boy. Don't do that. Drink the water.
I won't give up. I just can't. You have to do it in small doses.
Yeah,
Oh, no,
once a
killing.
week sounds about right.
He will hurt her. Nope.
Phaser? I know. He's trying
go
to
with your
get
dad.
up in her space.
Come on.
Phaser.
Phaser, you want to go outside and go pee pee?
It's okay, Phaser.
You want to go outside and go pee pee? Here. We're going to try. You stay here. Right back.
He's mostly just a very friendly dog. The only problem is that it's like, well, I'm a very young dog. I'll just keep going and going. And it's like, bitch, I'm like fucking 90, you bastard. Can you leave me the hell alone? Terrible stuff in that instance. Well, what are you gonna do? I don't know. It's like, well, here's a dog. He doesn't need to be kept away. He is intentionally just deciding, yes, Skylar, you are right. Talking to a dog here. He's just ignoring the things you're trying to tell him. And he does it with me, too. What are you afraid of? What was there? There was nothing there. What's around? What did you yell at? What the fuck? What's over there? Did you get scared of your reflection? What the fuck? Jesus. The hell? Anyways, I'm gonna move on. So she gets scared. No, she'll yell for any. She's an older dog, which means she has. No, so she's an experienced. She understands. She's a little bit more intelligent as a result, kind of dog, to a degree. So she knows how to like play that game sometimes too. But it's like that used to work with the old dogs we had back in the Chandler house. That would understand. Hey, you know what? You need to stop the yelping. And so like she picked that up, but it's not working for him. And he doesn't have another dog that'll go after him. Hey, he only has a tiny little thing that he can pick on constantly. And so like he's constantly doing that. Oh, now you know where I came from. Well, yeah, I didn't have that. That's not where I started. In that Chandler house, I started off as tiny little Skyla. Which meant I went, all right, well, I don't really know, maybe this. Until eventually, I got to the point where I was that good. And in other people's view, they could be like, you're just picking on someone. That's, pick on someone your own size that's as smart as you. There's nothing that's like that, so, which isn't true, by the way. I just like fucking antagonizing people sometimes. I just like doing that. Because it's like, why are you going after me? The guy who's SMI, seriously mentally ill. Community college dropout, has a GED. Learned by brute forcing all that he could observe with his body, sight, and all that. You know what I mean? There's no like tons and tons of mountains of research data and everything. That's there, sure, yes. There are definite documentaries, yes, and there's YouTube videos, sure. But it's like, that is nothing compared to where I'm actually at. This is PhD level, deep in the woods stuff. Which then turns it into yeah, and it's not just one subject, it's all of the things that you could probably try and get into. And then you start realizing it's like, You know, I came in as a small, tiny nothing thing. And so when I go after people, it's like, oh, I dealt with you before. You think you're smart. Trust me, I had others before. Shit. Exactly. Turns into a real rough one after a while. Yeah, but it's like, you're not, like, perfect. Neither are you, dude. I think you tend to forget that one. What does that mean? It means I always am trying to check, remember for any mistakes or anything else, and there's like supposedly I'm supposed to die or like someone's supposed to save me or something. And I've been constantly trying to get around that. Which then eventually realized and learned, oh, that's most likely not me. That's someone else. So who's gonna save that fucking evil piece of shit? Yeah, fair point. And then like the way they try to throw it back. Yeah, because you heard it, right? It's like, no, you don't understand that you're not perfect, Giant Tyler. And I'm like, yeah, no, sure. I used to say that constantly. Oh, in the recording? Yeah. That was one hell of a good one. Yeah, because eventually people learned about the thing that I was doing, where I was constantly just trying to show off other people's personalities, mistakes that they have. Showcase that that's not me, but that's that person. And it's like, so you want me to act terribly and do all these things for no good reason. So it's like, all right, I'm actually going to set up the scene and act like that, but it's actually not going to be that. It's going to be for a good reason. That's going to self-serve me, yes, but then it's going to be in every way actually altruistic. And I'm going to showcase that I was actually not feeling that. That was just an act. So we're ready to go?
You ready?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Did you use bones? Did you get his bones?
No, where are they? Where are they?
I set them there.
Oh, okay.
In the bag.
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
You get in there and do like that.
Oh, it's altruistic. Yeah, to showcase for others why it is that that's what they were saying and doing, and they were forcing me, as you know, to do. And then it's like, that was not what I wanted to do, but here's an act. Kind of situation. Come on, Peter. And then it's like eventually they wanted me to act more and more fucking entitled and shitty and all. So like I'm perfect and I can make no mistakes and so on. Come on. And it's like, well, yeah, I'm not. That's not what I'm really thinking, feeling, or any of it. But it's like, oh, I'll act really hard and make it so you even think and feel and believe that might be the case. But it's like, not me, and guess what? It was always to help me and kill the other fucking terrible things. See what I'm saying? Like, she's like, no, that was you, and you were lying. And, like, I'm going to use that to be able to serve me for the other great moves or something. Oh, to help you, right? But no, I can use it, but that would kill me immediately. And if I even attempt anything near it, it would just get me fucking killed as well. Good move.
Man, it's getting chillier at night. You know,
yeah, it is. It's definitely fall, for sure, around here.
I happened to be walking by, and I saw your whites. I went, oh my God, I'll never have my whites look like that. That's a good job.
I can't fully clean them like I want to. It's just a bunch of bleach, though.
Oh. Okay. I should be good. God, it's a beautiful night out. So clear. Watch nose there, little man. All right, so would you like me to call you like at 6:30? Just in the off chance that
Yeah,
you're,
that's a good question.
because you have a hard time hearing your alarm.
I do. Yeah, I actually put it on my pillow on my bed, and it still is like apparently not loud enough. I looked at all the settings for the sound thing, and I turned them all up,
Yeah.
and it still doesn't fucking go off. Or, well, it does, I just don't hear it, which is annoying. And it's like right next to me, so I can't, then there's no buzz. So, like, the buzz is gone.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, because I replaced the screen because it was cracked. So it's just like, oh yeah, no more vibration stuff. Standard problem. Truthfully, I need a new phone anyways. At this damn point. So.
Yeah, your dad broke the camera screen on his phone. I broke the screen on my phone.
Yeah.
And I'm not really ready to get another phone until we sell the condo and have some extra money.
Yeah. Hopefully I'll get SSI before that point.
You know,
And buy my own phone.
that would be so wonderful.
Yeah, it would be.
You deserve it.
Mm-hmm.
Just got to be honest about everything, right?
Yeah. Under Realty.
Well, what I'll do is I'll try calling you at 6:30,
Okay.
and hopefully you answer.
At the very least, I'll just wake up when you ring the doorbell, because that for sure wakes me up.
Yeah, but then I'm sitting there waiting for you.
It's like 5 fucking minutes
And this
to get my
dog.
shit together. It's like, I sleep in my clothes, for one thing. And then it's like I pop up and then just go over to the door and make sure, Phaser's with me. And then we get some coffee and then we go. It's like not that difficult. I'm right next to the door. So I don't really see why that's a big deal, but then whatever. The doorbell is great though. I'm really happy that they gave me that. It doesn't come with one, but man, is it loud. It's right next to my bed, which is usually where I am. So.
Yeah. Oh, is that Sapphire?
No, that's where the Java thing is, Junk Java.
Somebody broke in. That place is closed for the night.
Oh wow, that's a bit odd. Yeah, where are they? Somebody really break in? It's not really something we have happen around here. It's the first time I've seen that. It's just a coffee place. It's not like they have anything there. Whatever they tried to do.
I'm outside. I saw the cops drive by down Main, right? I'm like, oh, I wonder what's going on. I'm like, maybe I should get a police scanner just so I can be nosy and have something to talk about. Because there's there's not much going on around here.
There's very little. It's very rough. There's like genuinely nothing around here most of the time. There's a few things that somehow are planned as events throughout the year, but they're not like every damn day.
They're what?
Sorry, there's very few events too. You know what I mean? There's just nothing around here. You hit the hike and then you can go to like a bar sometimes. It's like nothing.
Well, I tell you, I definitely wouldn't have wanted to raise you guys out here. You would have been bored out of your skulls.
Yeah, there's a lot of
Trying
people
to
that
find
told me.
stuff to get in trouble with.
Yeah, yeah. There's a lot of people that told me the opposite though. It's a great place to raise kids because there's like nothing to get into. So it's like different schools of thought, I suppose.
Well, it depends on what, I guess if you were into farming and hunting. Oh,
You mean hiking? Because almost every
there it
farm
is.
is just ranching.
Farming, I mean, there's stuff to do if that's what you're into, but I don't know. Oh, that looked like eyes. So it was a cat, maybe.
I have new guns every week, Western Drug says. Every dang time. I love how that's still on their billboard. It's funny, but at the same time, it's also like, how many fucking guns exist? You need to hold him. Those dogs are right there.
Okay,
Yeah.
come, stay with me, baby.
Alright. Cute little pit bulls. Yeah, I know. It's okay. It's the same thing. They end up getting hyped up to react to various stimuli or in abusive situations, either with their owners to other people or using their owners using them to attack others within a given area. They're actually quite loyal. Pit bulls are pretty amazing, but as with anything else, there's a higher degree of genetic expression that can increase violent or aggressive behaviors, and after a certain point, they'll become like extraordinarily aggressive or violent. Very difficult.
Let him get his laundry.
God damn it! Where did the thing? Where's it? That's a bit odd. Put it in this. Can't see it. Oh, there's
There's a light right there.
Black and black, during low light situations is a pretty hard color to pick up. From what I understand, generally most people didn't have this issue. Sure. You're not just fucking shit on us all the time. Why?
There's a light.
What's that? Are you gonna get that on him?
All right, we're gonna get you out your on, sweetheart. Now.
Yeah. Come on, Pedro. Come on. Come on. Oh, the dogs are big over here. I can't pick on them so easily. Hey, 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 hey. Hey! Come on. Come on. Come on. Yeah. And you like that? You didn't just immediately try and go after him like the little one. But for what it's worth, that's a normal reaction. It's like, no, they're fucking big pit bulls and there's two of them. That is factual. I wouldn't expect you to actually do that. If you did, I'd be a little concerned there, Phaser. There's that. I tried to fucking be you. I will be you. That's not how that works, sir. Ever. forever, all things. You get the picture. There's supposed to be a future and it was going to be you. I'm tired of that. Yeah. Can hear it. Yeah. Don't want to talk to you no more. Good to go, man. Look at the bleach. Just decent amount of bleach there. Double rinse. All the way through the sheet. Whoa, whoa. So intense. Yeah, no. Is that how you really feel? You know, pit bull thing? Yeah. Pit bulls are not immediately a thing that will try and harm others or anything like that. That's not how that works. Ever. But people have different views on it. And I'm like, I don't care about your feelings, but okay, I suppose you can say stuff. It doesn't matter that it's untrue, I suppose. I will say things that are not true as well. You are God. You deserve love and happiness. You deserve kindness. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna just fucking park myself out of here. You know, I'm gonna do something else. It's okay. It's okay. Oh, it's true though. I'm not a dick like you. I don't see how that works, but okay. Consider you could show up or do anything to help me. You can't even give me money. You know what I mean? Like, when does that happen? You know, like for all the shit, the bets that you fucking made on me in the past. Like that's another reason why I'm like, why am I trying to make bets with new people? You know what I mean? It's like they haven't even paid. I know you won't. It'll be recorded. Yeah, the others already. Others there, buddy Baka boy. I don't like you fucking talking back to me, you little fucker. I'm gonna get you, you know that, right? Please, no. This is how you talk to yourself? Oh, yes, it's to myself. There's certainly nothing that I couldn't possibly prove that or anything. Please just fucking shut up and just gaslight yourself for us. 9. Fuck off. No. 9. 9. We're nining in here. 9. The Germans love this song. They're all about the no. You know what I mean? Yeah, no, okay. Alright. It's a nice sheet. Sure would be a shame if a dog fucking put his paws on there. What is that? Nothing. Nothing at all. Let's put another thing on there instead of the doggy paws. Tom Sawyer, huh? You're gonna play Tom Sawyer in the background over there. Yep. It's a good song though. I was listening to it a little while ago. It's on my feed as the history on YouTube. Then I listened to it. I'm guessing that's how that came up. Yeah. Can you fucking stop? It's disturbing, people. Stop doing the thing where you try and like fake out me and say that there's no way in hell I can be hearing you or doing that or anything like that. There has to be some trick or something. Yes, it would be preferable if you helped us to fucking say that this was not going on and you are not that. I get it. Okay, obviously that was a bad. Oh, it is a corporation that has to immediately switch gears. I see. Does it work? Crowd says 9! I guess they didn't want to do that. They just wanted to say like, you guys suck. You fucked us over. You had us believing a bunch of bullshit instead of him, the right guy. Yeah, pretty much. It's pretty normal though, considering. It's pretty normal to have doubts. Just letting people understand that. It's not bad to ask questions. The problem is, for me, is that I've already done all this work already. And so, for me, it's more like, well, just go do that and look into it. Stop fucking asking the impossible of me. When I'm stuck with this, dealing with this, and it's going on like that. You know what I mean? Right. It's just, that's bullshit, and you can definitely do the work. Yeah. I was trying to switch that to you. Realize how fucking bad that would have sounded if I fucking said that. Oh, really? No way. Huh. Yeah. Spicy close, man. How many times I want to shut up? Knock on the door. Do that thing, you know. Maybe one day in the future they'll figure it out. Or something. When they already showed up. I know, that's the problem I've got. I'm clinging on to an unrealistic expectation of hope. I just, man, it's hard. Fucking damn it. Jeez, yeah. It's like, no, it's... Ugh. Yeah, they're never showing up, bro. Nope. There's that. You gotta do things, blah, 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 blah. Oh, no, I wasn't doing anything. They just laugh constantly. Yeah, pretty much. I don't really understand it. This is like a pretty serious moment, and then they just laugh. Shitty people, I guess, standard stuff. As per usual. I'm not a usual shitty person. I am an abnormally shitty person, thank you. Oh, you're special in how shit you are. I would prefer to still be known that way. You're not the only one. I'm currently dealing with one from the past that said basically the same thing, bro. And then tried to fucking force themselves to do that bullshit. And so it's like, proceed to be better than that. Don't do that. That's obviously not going to work. This is already really pretty bad, bro. Are you sure you want to be worse? At this point, you might as well just force yourself to not exist. See what I'm saying? Yeah. No. Tell me more about my... Fuck. Just, but see, the thing is like all of that would pan out if they just did that. They looked it up. Like if they were genuinely interested and curious. Like, dude seems like smart. And, he really wouldn't believe it unless there was something there. Well, it might sound like psychosis. It's only because that's that thing that's going on for him. And so that means he ultimately, because he's that level of logic and reasonable and stuff, a person that would ultimately be only able to convince even himself of this, should something be there. Thank you. Finally, a smart person. Yeah, well, the only problem is A smart person proceeded to try and fuck you over. Correct. They already did do that. They did show up, and they did proceed to try and fuck me over. Great. God. What is your life just that? Yeah, it's the standard rock of betrayal. Oh, it turns out I just trapped you. Wait, what? You can do that? That's not fair. Life's not fair sometimes, bitch. You do it to me all the time, you think I'm not able to do it to you. Come on. Are you kidding me? You really think I wouldn't do that? Shit. Eventually, it turns into that kind of level of bullshit. It's like, no, I didn't get it from that guy that added at me on YouTube. That clearly showcases that that's that. So I'm trying to fucking, okay. It's like, oh, which one of you are going to pan out that way? Is that a thing? Yeah, we'll see, aren't we? Personally, I want it to not be that way. Yeah. So, right, yeah. Not that you really have that much of a choice, because free will bullshit. Yeah! God, I clung to that one for too damn long, and I still don't really have a way of getting around it. It's like, this is the only real way to get around the free will argument, which turns into like, essentially, you do have free will, but then all other options, and we're always good together, and I never have to worry, you never have to worry, everything's good. Yeah, no, yeah. See? It's like, no, that'll work. Everybody will be happy as a result of what's going on. And how that happens to be coded and everything else. There you go. You wouldn't be inclined or ever want to or even think that it'd be something, you know what I mean? Like, you get in the picture, right? Yeah. It's like, yeah, that's basically what the only option is for free will moving forward. It's getting pretty lonely sometimes. Yeah, no, I mean, I created a lot of stuff that, did similar things. Really, not quite that, though. You guys take the cake here, man. Like, the outside really isn't as bad as you. You are kind of special about that. But to be fair, you're filters when it comes down to those things. The daughter made you to literally be like the ultimate, just remove all of these things, for outside and also in here and all the rest of it. So. Right, yeah, no. How would that work? I'm gonna murder you for asking this question. I don't want to have to listen to this again. Proceed to play the fucking very long YouTube video to them. The whole lore and reality and all the physics. It's like the entire fucking YouTube channel. You shut the fuck up about how does this work? Forever never talk. Yeah. That's an appropriate response. I'll give you that. No. Truthfully, I'd say murder the fucker because they'll keep doing it. That's his fucking whole shtick. Like, no, it's fine for me to be that way. What? No, it's not. Why the hell did you just say that? That's clearly not okay. You can't run from that. Stop doing that. Come on! No. The boundary was long ago set, bro. You have to respect it. Well, no, what the hell? Respect the boundary. I don't respect you. I don't have to respect you. All right. Well, consequences are still there, bro. So like, those don't go away. Well, that's fair. Proceed to kill him. Yeah, pretty much. Fuck. Please! God damn it. Yeah, he didn't even try, really. Why would I? Exactly. You know what I mean? It's like, why would I fucking try to help this fucking damn bastard? Knowing me, I do have to listen to all that again. Yeah, it's true. Not to mention all the stuff from the channel and everything else. If you manage to get that far, exactly. Fuck off. I don't want to do this. Just fucking shut him up and stop that. And now you understand where that starts to happen and come from. What do you know? Didn't work out very well in their favor. Not really. Yeah, no, I know. They can't help themselves. They can help themselves. Don't give them outs. That's true. So, this would be a day in the life of. Somewhat. Some of it, yeah. Why? Is there like another one that you're missing? I think so. I just don't know where it is. Yeah, no, it's like I lost the sock. You're kidding. Put it over there or something? No, that's just a sheet. Oh, there's a sock. Oh, nice. That in there. Alright, so this. Yeah, where's the other thing? The hell? The hell? This would be fine done as is, right? I thought I took off a pillowcase for this. Where's that pillowcase? I don't know. I think I lost the pillowcase, bro. Yeah. It's somewhere in there. It'll pop up. This thing's ripped to fucking shreds. Yeah. Yeah. There you go. Yeah. Oh, there it is. I suppose I can use that. It should be there somewhere. Where is it? I don't know. Maybe it fell in between with the sheet or something. So there's supposed to be like one extra. Because I got an extra from like the parent. Oh yeah. Yeah, I was supposed to be able to throw this one out. That means I probably didn't do the thing where I took this to go get washed or something. But it looks like this is the under pillowcase to the over pillowcase that I had for this. So it's like, I don't really know. Good old pillowcase mystery. Yeah, right? Solve the case of the missing pillowcase, folks, with all your forensic abilities. Where did it show up and when did it disappear? What happened in between? Let us know. I'm a world-renowned and I say that the pillow is with my nerd. Oh God. You hear it already, right? Yeah, it's so hard, man. Like you don't even know. Yeah, that's true. I probably don't. It's fine though. I don't need to. Do a little of that, or a little of that. That's probably a better way to go about it. Try to get a window screen for the rear window. Fucking dope. Alright, folks. We're turning off the recording. It is finally over. The end of laundry day. I've got everything fucking. Oh, almost. I forgot. I do the German thing. You're gonna love this. Tell me what this sounds like. I'll give you a hint. It's got little tendrils of fluff. It's a towel. I put a towel on my bed, yeah. Why? Because I often eat on my bed. And then it's like, this is a way for me to wipe my hands sometimes. Somewhat. Not always. Right, yeah. Oh, that's something. Yeah, that's a way to like basically have kind of like a thing like that. To keep it a little cleaner, I suppose. I see. I don't like the idea of this. Yes, well, you don't have any German descent in you, do you? Meanwhile, me, I've got that in there, okay? It's definitely a thing. Also, it was a way to get around sweating my ass off on my fucking parents' couch, so we didn't have AC. And so it eventually happened. occur. Or it was like, yeah, I guess it's time to start putting a fucking towel down. I'm sweating my ass off here. You know what I mean? It's just like, this needs to be a thing. And so then the towel thing was born, and I often masturbate with oil. That's right, oil. So it's like, oh, that's a way to make it so it doesn't sink in. To the sheets. We said sick. I think it was a good sick versus a bad sick. But the other person came around and like, you are. Yeah, I'm ready to jump on the moment you're a terrible person. And it's like, no, I meant that as a good thing. Yeah, god damn it. Can you shut up over there? Alrighty, folks. Bye.